Good morning. Now, Mr. McGregor, Professor McMahon?
Yes, my lord.
Carol, do you want to maybe just confirm with me? Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Professor McMahon. Now, as you appreciate, you're about to be asked questions by Mr. McGregor, who's sitting opposite. But first, I understand you're prepared to take the oath. Sitting where you are, could you raise your right hand and repeat these words after me? I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That I will tell the truth.
That I will tell the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. McMahon. Mr. McGregor.
Thank you. You are Professor Alexander McMahon, is that correct? That's right. And you've provided a witness statement to the inquiry. I have. For the benefit of core participants, that can be found at pages 106 to 115 of Bundle 1 of the witness statements. Professor McMahon, the content of that witness statement is going to form part of your evidence today, but I'm also going to ask you some questions. If you want to refer to your witness statement at any point, a copy will be provided to you. If I want to take you to any documents, those should come up on the big screen in front of you. If for any reason you can't see the documents or you can't find the part that I'm referring to, please just do let me know. I think that there's a correction that you wanted to make to your statement. So if we could perhaps just bring your statement up. So if we look within Bundle 1 of the witness statements and look on to paragraph 6, please. So page 107 and paragraph 6. So you tell us in paragraph 6, I've been asked when I became involved in the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People / Department of Clinical Neurosciences, RHCYP / DCN project, the project. My direct involvement started around May / June 2019 in my capacity as the executive lead for IPC. Do you see that?
Yep.
Is there anything you want to correct in that statement?
The sentence, IPC became part of my responsibility from March 19. That should be March 18.
March 18, okay. And if I could perhaps just ask you to look back, just so the inquiry can understand exactly what your responsibilities were. At paragraph 3, I think you set out some of your responsibilities when you were working within NHS Lothian. So if we could just look to that on page 106. You said, I joined NHS Lothian as Deputy Director of Strategic Planning and Modernisation in September 2008 and was then appointed as Interim Director in October 2009. From 2012 onwards, I was the Director of Strategic Planning, Performance and Information. In 2016, I was appointed the Executive Director for Nursing, Midwifery and Allied Health Professionals in NHS Lothian. In addition to this role, I also had wider management responsibilities, including management responsibility for the infection prevention and control function. That became part of my remit during 2019.
That's 18.
So that should be 18.
Yep.
So again, it's just obviously a typographical error, but just so I'm understanding things, throughout 2018, you have a responsibility for infection prevention and control as opposed to in 2019.
It became part of my responsibility in 18, yeah.
Thank you. I think hopefully with those corrections covered off a lot of your qualifications and experience, but you set those out within your statement. By way of a broad summary, you qualified as a nurse in the 1980s, is that correct?
Yes.
And in your career, you've worked in the NHS, in industry and in government?
Yep.
You joined NHS Lothian in 2008, and as we see from your statement, you've had various roles there, is that correct?
Yep.
In 2016, you're appointed as Executive Director of Nursing, Midwifery and Allied Health Professionals for NHS Lothian. Could you just explain it in broad terms? What did that role involve?
So as an Executive Director, you're actually appointed by the Cabinet Secretary into that post, so there's only a small number of directors who have executive status. It involved responsibilities, it says here, for nursing, midwifery and allied healthcare professionals and physiotherapists, occupational therapists and others in a professional capacity. I also had responsibility for other functions, such as our complaints function, management of the Royal Edinburgh Hospital, prison healthcare, for example. So quite a broad range of operational and professional responsibilities.
Thank you. And you say you're at the director level. If we're just thinking about the involvement that you'd have in infection prevention and control, the inquiry is heard from a range of infection prevention and control professionals. Sarah Jane Sutherland, who was an infection prevention and control nurse, Lindsay Guthrie, again, who's an infection prevention and control nurse, Dr. Inverarity, who's an infection prevention and control doctor. Are you effectively sitting above them at director level? Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, when I took it on, there was actually someone between me and them. So, yeah, I was above them.
So you effectively have the director responsibility, almost a management function, but you're not doing the granular day-to-day activities of an infection prevention and control professional.
I mean, the role actually required you to have a responsibility across the totality of NHS loading without necessarily having managerial responsibility for certain functions. So usually there's many people at director levels sitting below me or head of service level who managed a lot of those services.
So we'll come on and look at concerns that Dr. Inverarity had in particular. But again, just to try and understand the chain of command, if an IPCN or an IPCD, they have certain concerns that they want to escalate up within an NHS organisation, can you just try and explain in your own words, how serious does an issue have to be before it gets up to your level at director level?
So obviously within my statement and through the inquiry, issues were starting to be raised towards the spring and summer of 19 because there was anxiety being expressed about the process. So that's the kind of example where day-to-day stuff would not be raised with me. An incident, for example, the DCN is a good example of that, where there was Pseudomonas. I actually stepped in eventually to take the leadership role around managing those incidents because, for example, I was freeing up Dr. Inverarity to do the work that he had to do. But it would have to be fairly significant to be brought to my attention.
So relatively significant issues for something to be coming onto your radar. So again, just so I'm understanding things, if we see you being copied into email chains, for example, that's because whatever is being discussed, that's a relatively significant issue if an IPCN or an IPCD are wanting to include you within the email chains.
On the whole, yes. I mean, sometimes it would just be for information.
Thank you. That obviously deals with the role that you had within NHS Lothian. You tell us within the statement since 2021 you've been the Chief Nursing Officer for Scotland. What does that role involve?
So I have professional responsibility in relation to nursing, all matters related to nursing for Scottish Government ministers. So I'm their key advisor in that regard. But the directorate that I have responsibility also covers professional responsibility for midwifery, all of the health, allied health profession disciplines and health science disciplines as well. So there's quite an expansive professional responsibility across all those disciplines. But I also cover a number of other policy areas as well, one of which is hospital-associated infection and also regulation of all health disciplines, doctors, dentists, pharmacists, etc. As well. So as well as being the Chief Nursing Officer, I also have the status of Director. So I have a directorate that manages the work on a day-to-day basis. And as Director, I sit at the Management Board of NHS Scotland within the department.
Okay. Thank you. So range of activities, including responsibility for policy in the most general sense for nursing. So if we're thinking about high-level issues about resourcing within the nursing profession, training of the nursing profession, are those the types of high-level issues that would be on your agenda?
Yes, my directorate has responsibility for controlling the number of student nurses we would recruit on an annual basis, for example, number of midwives, and actually working with the Council of Deans of universities around the education of nurses, midwives and others too.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to ask you some specific questions about your involvement in the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People in the Department of Clinical Neurosciences. I'm just going to refer to that as the project. That's the shorthand that I'll use. And you tell us within your statement, you become involved because there's increasing concerns that an HAI scribe procedure hasn't been completed. We'll look at some of the documents, but just in very general terms, just explain how you become involved in the project.
So probably around about March 19, Donald Inverarity, I think on the back of an IMT that we were having in relation to the Western General issue, raised a point that he hadn't received documentation around the elements of ventilation. So that was a flag that had gone up at that point, and obviously we took some actions in relation to that, and both seeking some assurance from the project team and ultimately actually doing a physical walk around the building. So that was a kind of issue that at that point, and then round about May time, Fiona Cameron, who was the head of infection prevention control, actually raised concern again that the process around the HCI scribe wasn't complete, and we were also getting closer to the occupation of the building.
And again, the communications, so obviously a continuum over a period of time, but how concerned is Dr. Inverarity in particular in the communications and discussions that he's having with you?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at the email chains, Donald did raise concerns, I think, given the need to undertake the validation work that was going to be required, and the fact that the hospital was actually occupied at that point meant that we couldn't do some of that validation because it had to be empty or near empty in order to do the testing robustly in order to meet the requirements of the HCI scribe.
And Dr. Inverarity, whenever he gave his evidence, he described that really as being a safety issue. If you don't do the full HCI scribe, you're missing a chance to finally check that the hospital is safe. Is that the type of communications that you were having with Dr. Inverarity?
Yeah, and obviously with others within the project team as well at that stage, certainly March onwards, because it wasn't just for Donald and I to raise that issue, it was for myself and others to kind of ensure that we were doing what was required. Unfortunately, we couldn't do what was required because we couldn't actually access the building because it was still a building site.
Yes. Again, if we just think about what you've told us about the fact that you take over responsibility for infection prevention and control at the highest level, and you have that responsibility 2018 through 2019. The inquiries heard evidence that throughout 2018, NHS Lothian is involved in discussions with the project company IHSL about potential changes to the specification for the ventilation system. Now, we don't need to get bogged down in whether that's a change to the brief or a change to the design, but there is polarised views as to what the ventilation system should be doing. On the one hand, one party saying balanced or negative pressure, 4 air changes per hour. The other party is saying, no, it's positive pressure, 4 air changes per hour. And that issue in 2018 is at the point that NHS Lothian is thinking about raising court proceedings, thinking about litigating to compel IHSL to provide balanced or negative pressure. Are you aware that those discussions are taking place in 2018?
Peripherally. Obviously, as an executive director, I attend the board meeting and some of the other committees, but I can't remember that level of detail being discussed around ventilation.
Because the evidence that the inquiry's had from Lindsay Guthrie, from Dr. Inverarity, is that those discussions are taking place about what the technical requirements should be for the ventilation system, with a very specific set of requirements being put forward by NHS Lothian, with NHS Lothian saying if the project company doesn't provide those, they'll go to court and compel them to do it. They say that they didn't have any involvement whatsoever in the discussions that are taking place, apart from having updates at the highest level at the board of NHS Lothian. Should the inquiry understand that you're not having any involvement in those types of discussions?
No.
Just standing back from that and thinking about the role that you had, you have a critical building system potentially linked to patient safety. Can you give the inquiry an explanation as to why infection prevention and control within NHS Lothian, they're not involved in those discussions?
So as part of the process, there was an infection control nurse and microbiologist working with the project team. And again, through the line of command, assumptions were probably made that those individuals were playing in to discussions, and given nothing coming up the line, certainly to me, there was no requirement to step in at that point or to be involved in discussions.
So again, it's not criticism of anyone, but just to understand factually, there's effectively an assumption that any infection prevention and control input would have been had at an earlier point in time.
Yep.
And as a matter of fact, as you understand it, there wasn't any infection prevention or control input in the discussions that are taking place through 2018 right up to the agreement that's
No,
signed in
not that I'm
2019.
aware of, no.
Just one of the reasons that I raise this, and I'd be interested in your views, if we think that there's going to be a project agreement that has a set requirement, okay, so whenever you sign a contract, whatever it means, and people can argue about that, there's a set requirement, it would mean something, it would have a legal meaning. And you then have a set of discussions whereby there's going to be a change, or it's going to be made absolutely clear just exactly what the requirements are. If there's going to be a potential change to the requirements, to the specification for a critical building system, be it water or ventilation, in that HEI scribe procedure, should the clock not be wound back? You shouldn't be thinking about stage 4, a final sign-off. You should actually be looking at the stage 2, a review of the design or the brief. Would that be your understanding?
With hindsight, perhaps, but I guess at that stage, that wasn't any advice that we were being given. So the advice at the time was to progress to HEI scribe level 4, because we were obviously progressing towards completion and an opening.
Mm-hmm. And I guess we are looking back with hindsight, and that's completely understandable. A range of individuals have given justifications from a commercial perspective in particular why it would have been ideal to have followed due process, but it perhaps couldn't be done. But if we're just thinking at a level of generality on a building project, if you have a brief and you're then thinking about changing that brief, as opposed to simply steaming on in the HEI scribe process, should you actually be winding back and going back to the stage 2, which talks about reviewing the design?
I suppose like every project, if there was any change that was material, there should be a risk assessment done to decide whether or not stepping back in the process was required or not.
Mm-hmm. And again, if we're just thinking generally, if we think about some of the mandatory documentation within the NHS, things like SHFN 30, you presumably have a general familiarity with that document, although it's perhaps not a tool that you use at a granular level. But you'll be aware at a policy level, it talks about a partnership approach to projects. Yeah. So healthcare-acquired infections, infection prevention and control, yes, it's important for infection prevention and control professionals, but it should also be on the radar of estates teams, contractors, clinicians. Yeah. Again, just thinking broadly, if you don't have an infection prevention and control individual as part of the team that's involved in the discussions through 2018, is that a potential skills gap given what SHFN 30 tells us about the partnership approach?
So I wasn't aware of any skills gap, but you're right that the process requires all parties to play in, because the IPCN role is only one role within that. So I wasn't aware of any issues being flagged that there wasn't participation, for example, of IPCN into that process. Mm-hmm.
If there wasn't participation of the IPCN in the process through 2018, whenever the changes are being discussed, in your analysis, would that be a failure? It's a failure to comply, at least with the letter of what we're told within SHFN 30. Thank you. But again, just so I'm understanding your evidence, you don't know what you don't know. So these discussions are going on, you know about them at a very high level, but no one within the project team is raising with you saying it's absolutely key that we have infection prevention control input into this part of the project.
No one raised that issue with me, no.
If they had raised that type of issue with you, if they'd said, Professor McMahon, I think there's people are talking at cross purposes here. We think the specification means A, the contractor thinks it means B. We're going to have a set of discussions to see if we can agree some form of compromise. Is that something that you would think there should be some form of infection prevention control input into? Albeit I'm not suggesting you go along, it might be an IPCN or another IPC professional, but is that the type of discussion that infection prevention and control should be involved in?
Yeah, I mean, if that issue was raised to me in the way that you've described it, I would probably have looked to Lindsay Guthrie and Donald Inverarity to give me the advice about who was best placed to deal with that discussion and provide the input into the process, because I am not a technical expert in that field, they are. So I would look to them to seek advice. If I was required to intervene to, say, chair a meeting, then that's a role I could potentially have played.
Thank you. Dr. Inverarity, in his evidence, he said the only way that he found out that there was an agreement to accept the building, effectively for the building to be handed over, was in an all-staff email that came round. Is that your understanding of how Dr. Inverarity found out about the settlement agreement?
I'm assuming so, yeah.
And he said at the point that he found out that settlement agreement's taken place, the building's been handed over to NHS Lothian, and the stage 4 HEI scribe hasn't been done. He's quite concerned about that, and he raised these concerns with you. Again, is that your recollection?
Yeah, he raised his concerns in March of 2019.
Yeah. So if we just look, perhaps today's not a memory test for you, Professor McMahon. So if we look to bundle 5, page 44. Bundle 5, page 44. You see that there's an email from Ronnie Henderson to Donald Inverarity on the 21st of March 2019, copying a range of people, including yourself. And it begins, "Hi Donald, it was good to meet yesterday and have the opportunity to reassure and clarify how the project team are addressing concerns raised by IPC." Do you see that?
Yep.
Then he summarises effectively a meeting that's taken place. You'll see at point 1, sets out the attendees, which include yourself. Then at point 2, he introduces matters. And at the second bullet point, he records that DI expressed concern that this HEI scribe audit had not taken place before handover. Do you see that?
Yep.
Again, I appreciate it's a long time ago, but do you recall that meeting on the 20th of March 2019 and what was being discussed?
Actually, it was part of a physical walk around the building, which I actually asked for. So I accompanied Donald, Lindsay and Sarah Jane with the others to do the physical inspection.
Okay. And we see at point 4, just towards the bottom of page 44, it says, on ventilation, RH explained the commissioning and validation that had taken place for both isolation rooms and theatres, and that records were available on the project data storage system. The group visited an isolation room, the theatre suite and a ventilation plant room where RH and DG explained the ventilation philosophy for each. The group visited external areas to view pest prevention measures and active measures to prevent ingress of pigeon droppings were demonstrated. RH explained that both isolation and theatre validation would be redone once construction works were completed. Do you see that? Mm. So in terms of the discussions from the project team, from Mr. Henderson and some of his colleagues, at this point in time, did they think what they had done was effectively sufficient, albeit the stage 4 HEI scribe hadn't been formally done, hadn't been formally ticked off? But from their perspective, did they think there had been sufficient commissioning and validation?
I think at this point in the process, Ronnie and others responded, I think, quickly and appropriately to the concerns that were being raised by Donald and then through me to the project team. I think the physical visit to the site helped us, because none of us had been on the site before, helped us to understand there was still physically a building in construction, and that obviously, once that work was complete, the process could be then around the scribe be complete. Mm-hmm. It wasn't ideal, given that we'd accepted the building in February, that we were doing it in that order.
And the way Dr. Inverarity described matters to the inquiry is NHS Lothian have accepted the building, but they've accepted it in circumstances where they don't actually know that that building is safe for patient occupation. Is that what the inquiry should understand?
We, or the NHS Lothian at the time, accepted it in a commercial and financial basis, but the process hadn't been complete.
Yes. So again, just so I'm understanding matters, NHS Lothian accept the building, not knowing whether it's safe for patients to occupy it.
I guess you would have to say that, given the work hadn't been complete.
Yeah, thank you. If I could ask you to look on, please, to bundle 6, to page 6. This is a set of email exchanges. We're now in May of 2019. So in terms of the planned opening, we're now really just a matter of weeks away from the planned opening date for the hospital. And if we look at the top emails, that's an email from Dr. Inverarity on the 10th of May to Ian Lawrence and a range of other people. You see that he says in that email, "For information, I'm keen that you are aware of this, as I don't think I solely represent NHS Lothian with regards to the potential, inverted commas, risk associated with this situation." Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then we see an email chain sitting below that, an email from Donald Inverarity on the 10th of May to Ronnie Henderson, which you're copied into. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Dr. Inverarity says, "Hi Ronnie, the multiplex document doesn't indicate what size the theatres are, what the air pressures are in the theatre areas, anaesthetic room, prep area, theatre, etc., or what number of air changes per hour are achieved, and neither does it mention what, if any, microbiological assessment of air quality has been performed. That box is blank, so I'm presuming none has been performed. Although you're being assured it conforms, it isn't explicitly stated what standard it conforms to, presumably SHTM 0301. Do you see that?
Yes.
So concerns being raised by Dr. Inverarity. If we then skip the bold text, you'll see that Dr. Inverarity quotes a statement, and he says the statement might be factually correct, but there is nothing to back it up, and it tells us absolutely nothing about how the theatre performs at baseline. It is essentially asking us to taking everything on trust that it's all okay. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Again, what was your understanding of how concerned Dr. Inverarity is at this point in time, 10th of May?
So I think he's obviously stated his anxiety that he couldn't give any opinion or confirm anything based on the information or lack of information that he had available to him at that point.
And then if we look still within that same paragraph, 3 lines up from the bottom, you see there's a sentence beginning, "But in my role as infection control doctor," do you see that?
Sorry, which
So we're in, it's still the first main paragraph.
Okay.
And 3 lines up from the bottom, you'll see that there's
Yes.
saying, "But in my role as infection." Dr. Inverarity continues, "But in my role as infection control doctor, I shouldn't need to go to source documents and extract that information to interrogate and interpret it myself. It should be clearly and explicitly included in the validation report." Do you see that?
Yeah.
So again, Dr. Inverarity's evidence was that really he's not an engineer, so he can't say what the technical engineering parameters are, and what he was expecting to get was a very short, concise report that said there was compliance with SHTM 0301 and all that would be required from the system was ongoing maintenance. And he didn't have that. And is that again the type of concern he's expressing to you in May?
Yes.
And then if we just look to the paragraph right at the bottom of the page, beginning, "Personally, I don't think," Dr. Inverarity says, "Personally, I don't think we're being provided with a full report detailing the validation findings, and there's not enough detail for me to know if the theatre is fit for purpose and will only require routine maintenance in order to remain so for its projected life." And if we look over the page onto page 7, he says, "I'm happy to be overruled, but for me, I'm not assured by this checklist that Theatre 30 is fit for purpose, because the information I would be looking for to allow me to have that assurance is not provided and not accessible by me." Do you see that?
Yeah.
So again, just to try and understand from the project team's perspective, did they think that the commissioning and validation data that they had was enough at this point in time?
I can't say whether that's true or not, because I didn't have lots of conversations with them directly myself. I'm obviously reading it through the email correspondence that Donald has provided and copied me into. Certainly, I think he's right to raise the concerns that he did, that he wanted the actual validated material provided to him. And I think his point about not having to wade through lots of data was a relevant one from his perspective.
Because again, if you just simply look at the documentation in isolation, it does perhaps look like on the project team side, they'd had certain assurances, certain documentation provided by the project company and their contractors, which they seemed quite happy with. Dr. Inverarity looked at it, and from his perspective, he sort of dug his heels in and said, "No, I want a clear, crisp, independent validation report." And again, as I understand Dr. Inverarity's position, he seemed to think if he hadn't dug his heels in, that the hospital might just have opened without the independent testing being done. What's your understanding?
So I think he was right to take the approach that he did, and I think he was right to raise issues with me that he did, and we took a collective action in some areas. One of those being the fact that we physically asked to go and see the site, for example, just to understand the work that was being done. At the same time, I could see from both sides, project team and from Donald's perspective, that they were in a process that didn't necessarily meet anyone's requirements at that point, because being a building site and not having the ability to do the actual work to validate, because it had to be a clean site, was causing some tension in the system.
And we see there, Dr. Inverarity says, I'm happy to be overruled. Were there discussions going on that simply stage 4 HI scribe just wouldn't be completed before the hospital opened for patients?
No, and actually, I think if memory serves me right, the Deputy Chief Executive actually was writing to IHSL at the time as well, saying there's a number of things still waiting to be done, and one of those was the HI scribe. So again, there was being attempts being made to try and move things on as quickly as we could, but ultimately the scribe couldn't be complete until the building was empty, or almost empty, in order for us to do it in a way that would truly validate the results.
And again, please help me, albeit the sequencing isn't right, the stage 4 scribe should be taking place before the building's handed over. Was it NHS Lothian's intention that it would always be the case that the stage 4 HI scribe would be completed before any patients entered the building?
Absolutely. I mean, there was never any discussion with me about not doing that.
So again, just so the inquiry understands matters, albeit the stage 4 HI scribe takes place late in the day, should the inquiry understand that fundamentally the HI scribe procedure did its job, that the hospital didn't open because there wasn't a guarantee over patient safety?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look to the sequence of events, particularly in the week running up to 28th of June, when things became much more apparent, individuals stepped in and obviously started to take appropriate actions, because ultimately everyone wanted to make sure that the place was safe to be occupied.
Thank you. Again, you'll be aware that the next stage in the chronology is IOM Limited come in, they do testing, and they say on their interpretation of published guidance, SHTM 0301, they don't think that certain aspects of the ventilation system in critical care comply with published guidance. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, they were commissioned to do that independent validation.
And again, we'll come on and look at things in a bit more detail, but the inquiry's heard evidence from Dr. Inverarity in particular that there's a period where there's internal discussions on the part of NHS Lothian. Those issues are escalated to Scottish Government, but there comes a point in time where effectively there is a direction from the Scottish Government that the ventilation system must comply with published guidance, SHTM 0301, before the building opens. Is that your understanding of what happens? The Scottish Government say it's just got to comply with the published guidance before it opens?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't around for parts of that week, but certainly my understanding was that on the 4th of July, that was a communication that came from Scottish Government, from the Director General through the Cabinet Secretary, that the decision was then taken that we had to comply fully with the standards, and therefore the decision was to move no services into the new site.
Thank you. So there has to be full compliance. Dr. Inverarity gave evidence, and his evidence was that there's quite a difficult discussion that's taking place in the early periods whereby you have a ventilation system that doesn't comply with published guidance. It's just guidance. It's not a hard-edged legal standard. It's guidance. And if you've departed from that, so you have, say, 4 air changes rather than 10, is that safe or unsafe? It's not as safe as 10, but does it mean that it's unsafe? Are you aware of whether that question was what was built unsafe? Was that question ever answered, or did it become irrelevant because the Scottish Government had simply said you must comply with the guidance?
So certainly there was attempts made, I think, the Tuesday and the Wednesday of that week, so the 2nd and 3rd of July, to look at what options there were in relation to moving into the building. And there was 4 options put forward, one being to not move at all, the other being to partially move into decant and do things in situ, as it were. However, the decision made at the end of the day was to not move in, and that was based on the Cabinet Secretary's decision.
And then did any discussions about whether what was built was safe or unsafe almost became irrelevant because the decision has been taken, it must comply with guidance?
It became irrelevant to a point because the decision was then made to establish the Oversight Board and to commission Health Facilities, Health Protection Scotland and others to look at the evidence in relation to the standards and to ensure that when we were ready to move in, we met those standards.
Thank you. The reason I raise that is if I could just ask you to look at the report that's issued by IOM Limited. There's a range of those reports, but if we just look at one example, Bundle 6, page 202. So Bundle 6, page 202. There's a ventilation and validation report, and it's just for one particular space. It's the HDU single bed cubicle B1037. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if I could ask you to look on, please, to page 205, there's an executive summary which states SHTM 0301 requires that critical ventilation systems are verified against design/SHTM standards, and that any inability to achieve the recommended standards is classed as a failure. It is not in the remit of a validation/verification company to state whether an HDU suite is fit for purpose. Rather, this is a judgment for the client and/or clinical department to make, given their knowledge of the particular clinical procedures to be carried out. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, was your understanding effectively all that IOM come in and do is say, on our interpretation of the guidance, there's a non-compliance with the guidance, but they weren't offering an opinion individually as to whether the spaces were safe or unsafe or fit or unfit for the purposes NHS Lothian had for those spaces?
So I wasn't involved in the commission of IOM, but from memory, what they came back with was a statement that said it doesn't meet the required standards, and that was a statement of fact.
Thank you. Around about the time that all of this is taking place, were you involved in any discussions involving potential emerging problems at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital in Glasgow?
Not directly, no. The only interaction, so the previous Chief Nursing Officer for Scotland, Professor Fiona Queen, earlier that year had facilitated an opportunity for HEI exec leads to meet to discuss experiences. So, for example, my participation in that was to talk about the experience that we were having around DCN and Pseudomonas and an issue at the Royal Infirmary at the time, and Jennifer Armstrong, who was the medical director in Glasgow, and the lead spoke about some of the aspects of the Queen Elizabeth. But other than that, there was no direct interaction.
Okay. If I could just ask you to look, please, to an email, Bundle 13, Volume 8, at page 2226, please. It's the email towards the bottom of the page. It's from Donald Inverarity to Alex McMahon, Tracy Gillies and others. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's an email dated the 5th of July 2019. And it begins by saying, "Dear all, please see the reply I received this morning from my equivalent, Dr. Teresa Inkster." Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you'll see that really what follows then is a cut and paste from another email. And if we look to the text of that email, just the final paragraph, it states, "As part of the investigation, we asked for an external review of the ventilation system. What we found was air changes of less than 3 due to chilled beams, rooms at slightly negative pressure to corridor, thermal wheel technology and ductwork configuration issues." And then if we look over the page 2227, the email continues, "All of this combined was felt to be a factor in these outbreaks as mixing of dirty and clean air was occurring. HPS were asked to investigate, and the conclusion of their report was that our outbreaks were not due to practice or IPC issues, but to the environment. Difficult to prove that retrospectively, but it makes sense." Do you see that?
Yes.
So, having looked at that, do you remember considering that email in the period of early July?
I can remember the email, yes.
And again, I'd just be interested in any observations you have. Are the emerging issues at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, including this email from Dr. Inkster, which suggests really the problem, some of the problems they were having, he was attributing to the built environment and the ventilation system. Is that something that's significant in terms of your own thought process for the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People and the Department of Clinical Neurosciences?
I suppose at that stage, given it was the 5th of July and the decision had been made not to progress in terms of moving into the building, we were continuing to consider all of the options that were going to be available to us from that point of view. So information like this from Dr. Inkster was helpful in regards to issues that they had discovered and actions that they were taking. So it would inform, I'm going to assume, some of the discussions that some of the project and some of the more technical and specialist advisors might have around any tests that we might want to do. But at the same time, the Cabinet Secretary did commission others to look at the evidence base themselves.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of the evidence base, except you're not an expert, but you're someone that's involved in the process. In terms of what's being reported to you, take air changes per hour, was there clear, robust scientific data that backed up the air changes set out within SHTM 0301, for example?
I mean, evidence keeps changing all the time. But I guess at that stage, that was the current guidance based on the evidence that was available at that point in time.
Because if I could just ask you to look at a minute of a meeting, please. Bundle 7, Volume 1, page 342. Bundle 7, Volume 1, page 342. This is a minute of a meeting that's headed up commissioning and validation taking place on the 15th of July 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
Range of individuals attend that meeting, including you'll see yourself just in the third
Yes.
last line there. And if we look on to page 343, you see that there's a discussion recorded around about critical care design. If we look over the page onto page 344, if we look to the paragraph in the middle of the page beginning Tim Davison, do you see that?
Yes.
And if we look approximately 4 lines down, you'll see that there's a sentence beginning HFS we're still considering. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the minute records, HFS were still considering their position and how they could make a pronouncement in respect of whether the facility was safe for occupation or not. Lindsay Guthrie provided an update on discussions with UK experts in ventilation. This discussion had focused on the science around the determination of the number of air changes required per hour, with it being noted that, as previously discussed, these decisions were not scientifically based. A discussion was held in respect of pressure cascades and airflows in terms of providing a comfortable environment, as well as the control of infection. In conclusion, it was agreed that the specification of 4-6 air changes per hour was an arbitrary number. Other aspects had to be considered, like the requirements in respect of protecting staff, where the statutory position was 3 air changes per hour. It was noted that the Roodlands endoscopy unit operated on a 15 air changes per hour. Ian Graham advised that work was underway to check the regime that was in place, and there would be a need to come back on this. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, having looked at that, does that refresh your memory in terms of the discussions that are taking place in terms of the underlying science for air changes in particular?
Yes, and with many debates through the course of the Oversight Board in relation to evidence, both scientific and professional opinion.
So again, should the inquiry understand you're at this particular meeting, but also at meetings of the Oversight Board, there's a discussion taking place in relation to, we have this guidance, it says it's best practice, but we can't simply open a hospital on the basis of, because the guidance says so, what's the underlying scientific underpinning? And the discussions are saying, well, it's obviously a consensus view, but it's hard to pin down a specific report or a specific study that says this is why 10 is the magic number.
Yes.
Thank you. The decision's obviously taken not to open the hospital on the 4th of July, and you tell us within your statement you think that was the right decision. Can you just explain in your own words, why was it the right decision for the Cabinet Secretary to take on the 4th of July?
Well, I mean, ultimately it was a decision that she took based on information that was available to her. both from us within NHS Lothian and from our own internal advisors as well. I'd be speculating, but also given the Queen Elizabeth issue, I think err on the side of caution at that point and to seek assurance that all of the hospital actually met the specifications that were required.
Thank you. Now, in terms of what happens next, you tell us within the statement that a body called the Executive Steering Group is set up. Can you just explain in your own words, what's the Executive Steering Group? Why is it set up? What's it doing?
So initially it had been set up as an incident management team, which you would normally do with a critical incident, and this obviously was in that kind of space. We very quickly, I think within a week or two, changed that to the terminology of an executive steering group. So it did involve, I think, all of the executives of the board, so chief exec, finance director, medical director, myself and others, but it also included people like Lindsay and Donald, for example. And that was our opportunity as an executive team to ensure that we were progressing all the actions out with the Oversight Board's meetings to ensure that the information that we could give back to them was being done in relation to any actions that were being taken that were a responsibility for us within NHS Lothian to take action against. And at the same time, it really helped us to ensure that the current sites were being maintained safely as well.
So that's the Executive Steering Group. We've also heard that there's a body called the Oversight Board that's created. What's the Oversight Board and what's it doing?
So that was set up by the Cabinet Secretary. She commissioned that. It was initially chaired by Christine McLaughlin, who's the Director of Finance within Scottish Government, and then Professor McQueen took on the chair of it. Cabinet Secretary was basically looking for a process to be put in place that would provide the opportunity for the evidence to come back to her, that would give reassurance that the collective view was that the actions being taken met the specification and the standards that would allow us to open the building safely. So that group, that board, acted as the kind of forum that brought people with expertise or operational responsibility together. It looked at the actions being taken, the evidence being provided, it signed off actions, and it provided advice to the Cabinet Secretary about next steps.
So the Oversight Board is in place effectively as a link so that information can be fed back to the Cabinet Secretary, who would be the ultimate decision maker in relation to when the hospital does or does not open.
Yeah.
Thank you. If I just ask you to look at the terms of reference for the Oversight Board, they're within Bundle 7, Volume 2, page 352. And if we could look on to page 354. So in terms of the background, see it recorded that following the decision to halt the planned move to the new hospital facilities on 9th July, an oversight board was being established to provide advice to ministers on the readiness of the facility to open and on the migration of services to the new facility. Do you see that? So essentially what you've told us today. If we then just look to the bottom, you'll see that the box 3, which sets out the scope of the work that's going to be undertaken by the Oversight Board.
Yes.
So the first one is obviously advice on occupation. If we just ask you to look to the final bullet point there, it says one of the tasks of the Oversight Board is identification of areas that could be done differently in the future. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, obviously, this is what the Oversight Board is asked to do at the very start whenever it takes place. There's certain other events that take place later on, Centre of Excellence that's established, public inquiries set up, for example. Can you recollect whether, as a body, the Oversight Board, there was any identification of areas that could be done differently that were captured, or simply did that not happen because of Centre for Excellence and the establishment of the public inquiry?
I don't think it didn't happen because of those two things. What happened was COVID. COVID took over everything. So from that point of view, all of our attention was then focused on both moving those elements into the new site, managing that effectively, whilst also dealing with the pandemic. Mm-hmm. What I would say is that the learning is now being implemented, so it hasn't been lost.
Mm-hmm. And how was that learning captured then? You say for understandable reasoning, there's a pandemic that hits, so the priority is to open the hospital and to deal with the pandemic. But the Oversight Board has obviously been set up. It has a lot of experience in terms of managing out a difficult issue on a hostel project. How were those learnings captured, or how will they be captured?
So one of them was obviously in the establishment of NHS Scotland Assure and its function. Also in relation to the work of a function called ARHI, which is the Antimicrobial Healthcare Associated Infection function, which again has a lot of expertise in management of outbreaks and infection control, for example. But what I would also say is that within my directorate, specifically within Scottish Government, a lot of the work that we are now focusing in on is in relation to the job specifications for people who work in this world, the training requirements, also of executives and senior managers in relation to new buildings and projects and the expectations around those as well. And indeed looking at things like career frameworks and opportunities for people who work in infection prevention control. But I guess at a more basic level, the point is also that none of this can be done in isolation. This requires an effective team effort. And by that I also mean contractors who I wouldn't necessarily have any control over, but certainly in the public sector, trying to provide as much support as we can to ensure there's capacity and expertise in the system.
Thank you. If I could just ask you to look at a few of the minutes of the Oversight Board. We obviously see the Oversight Board set up, and it's just to try and understand at key stages what the Oversight Board is doing. So if we look to Bundle 3, please, page 43. So Bundle 3, page 43, which is a minute of the Oversight Board from the 8th of August 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
So Bundle 3, page 43. And then if we look over the page onto page 44, you see that point 2 is ventilation solutions. 2.1, Mr. Graham presented the previously circulated paper regarding ventilation in the critical care area. Members agreed in principle that if a technical solution was designed that would allow 10 air changes per hour in the required rooms in the critical care area, which complied with the relevant SHTM standard and was properly implemented, then the critical care area would be fit for use. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, presumably a lot of discussion about what does the critical care system and what does the ventilation system in the critical care area need to do to make sure that it's fit for purpose. And then we see a formal recording of the decision that if it complies with the published guidance, 10 air changes per hour, positive pressure, it's going to be fit for use. If we could look on, please, still within Bundle 3 to page 142. See, there's a minute again of the Oversight Board, this time from the 29th of August 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we look on to page 144, please. You see that there's a discussion at 1.6 of ventilation specific points.
Yes.
So point 1, literature review now complete, demonstrated limited and suboptimal evidence around air changes and clinical outcomes. Most evidence had been expert opinion, modelling and outbreak reports. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the decisions taken, we're going to comply with the published guidance, but it seems like there's still discussions ongoing about what's the scientific underpinning and foundations for that. Can you just try and explain what was being discussed, not specifically at this meeting, but just in general about the science around about the ventilation system?
I think from memory, people were trying to make sure that we had a robust process in place that allowed us to understand both the published evidence, but also other scientific opinion in relation to, given that it's a very specialist field from that point of view, and at points there was potential, I guess, for difference of opinion. So we were working through all of those elements.
And if we look to point 4, it says air changes is not a specific hurdle to get over, but is the level generally found to be suitable in the majority of developed countries. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, is that your understanding from the literature review that there's been studies, there's been modelling, there's no specific magic to the number 10, but that really is an agreed consensus in the developed world that that's what you should be doing within critical care units.
From what I understand of it, not being an expert, yes.
And then if we look to point 6, it says air changes are covered by guidance, not standards. Guidance states air changes can be a combination of mechanical and naturally ventilated, but there has to be an element of control about it. And then point 7, NHSL did not make a decision to move to 4 air changes per hour. 6 air changes by multi-modes was accepted at the point of the settlement agreement. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'd really just be interested in your view. So you're someone who's sitting on the Oversight board. You're obviously doing your best with a range of colleagues to provide advice and assistance to the Scottish Government in terms of what is and is not safe. And you're dealing with a document that is fundamentally called guidance. So we're not talking about something that is a hard-edged legal standard. You simply must comply with this in all circumstances. And because of that, you don't have the comfort of simply saying, here's a legal standard that the government has told us we must comply with. You're dealing with this less clear, slightly amorphous concept of guidance. Do you think that was problematic? Would it be better if we didn't have guidance, but for areas like critical care, you actually just did have a hard-edged legal standard that a health board knew they had to comply with for new build facilities?
It's often a debate on many areas about guidance and standards and whether or not they're enforceable or not. I think it needs to be contextualised, though, in relation to what patient group, what the function is and which patient group is in that particular area, and indeed for staffing as well, because you can achieve different air changes with mechanical and natural ventilation, as it's said there. But again, that may then mean that you can't have as many beds, for example, in a space that you'd maybe had commissioned it for. And that might have had an impact on our ability to deliver services. So it's kind of multifactorial, but I think the point in relation to guidance is it's there, but there's other factors that you might want to bring into play in relation to your final decision.
And again, just thinking back to the time you were on the Oversight board, there is this guidance which says if you comply with it, you're complying with generally accepted standards. As someone who was involved in the process of thinking about the potential for departure, and for those of us that haven't ever had to make that, like how difficult an analysis is it that has to be taken in terms of this is the guidance, if we depart from that, is the building going to be safe? ?
Well, I think it was quite clear that we had to achieve 10 air changes. That was the requirement from Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. If I could ask you to look on, please, Bundle 3, page 531.
Sorry, entirely my fault. Could I just have your answer again? It's simply I didn't note it. Mr. McGarry said, how difficult is it to make the decision to depart from guidance?
And in this regard, the decision was that we had to achieve 10. So there was no ambiguity around that. So there was no decision about 4 or 6.
Thank you.
If I could ask you to look on Bundle 3, page 531, which should be an Oversight Board minute from the 5th of December 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if you see at the bottom, there's the bold heading, Commercial Arrangements Paper to NHS Lothian Private Board, 4 December 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
The inquiry's heard evidence that really this discussion is taking place in the context of what ultimately became Settlement Agreement 2 or High Value Change Notice 107. So that's effectively, you have on the one side the technical side, which is we're going to comply with the guidance, but you then also have the commercial side to deal with. And albeit that's not your expertise on the Oversight Board, you're involved in discussions that are taking place in relation to that. And if we could look over the page onto page 532, the first bullet point beginning the NHSL Board, do you see that?
Yes.
It says the NHSL Board had taken their governance responsibility seriously and whilst not happy about the current situation, realised that this was the only option available to progress the opening of the hospital. The board reluctantly agreed to the proposal. The NHSL Board had requested Oversight Board approval of the decision which they were agreeing to, as it was appreciated that the NHSL Board would be signing the public sector up to unknown financial risks and currently no programme certainty associated with progressing the proposal. They wish this concern to be made clear to the Scottish Government and Cabinet Secretary, given how the actions of the NHSL board may be viewed in the future. Do you see that?
Yes.
Again, could you just summarize, what's your recollection of the discussions that are taking place in relation to this issue?
From memory, and I'm struggling slightly, but from memory, the board, the NHS Lothian board, was actually in a position where it was committing to a significant spend that it was not guaranteed that it would have in order to cover the costs. So from that perspective, it was seeking assurance from the Oversight Board and Government that they would assist.
Making sure the Oversight Board know, and also asking the Oversight Board to make sure that these issues are known by the Cabinet Secretary. Thank you. If I could ask you to look on, still within Bundle 3, to page 928. Which is a minute of the Oversight Board from the 23rd of April 2020. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if I could ask you to look on to page 930, please. To paragraph 5.2, which is headed HVC 107 Design Sign-Off. Do you see that?
Yes.
Which states the Oversight Board accepted the assurance from Mott MacDonald Technical Advisors, Health Facilities Scotland for NSS, and the authorising engineer that the specification for air handling units meets NHS Lothian's requirements for critical care and haematology oncology. The Oversight Board agreed to approve sign-off of the specification to allow IHSL and IMTech to procure the air handling units. Do you see that?
Yes.
So again, presumably this is the ongoing discussions that are taking place in terms of drawing in lots of different stakeholders and the Oversight Board discharging its functions in terms of making sure that the design for the hospital fully complies with the published guidance.
Yes.
And we see that process continuing. If we just look to Bundle 3, page 1082. Which is an Oversight Board minute from the 14th of January 2021. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if we look on to page 1084, see the heading 6.1 Technical Assurance. And the minute records noted that the Oversight Board on 19 November 2020 had discussed the HFS role in the completion of commissioning and testing process, confirmed that HFS had been involved throughout the process, and once the IOM report was available later this month, HFS would only get involved if there was anything substantive identified as an issue. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's again, should the inquiry understand that the Oversight Board is effectively checking that HFS has been fully involved in overseeing the solution that's put in place for the new hospital?
Yes.
Then if we could look on Bundle 3, page 1095, which is an Oversight Board minute from the 25th of February 2021. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we could look on to page 1097 and pick matters up at the final two bullet points on the page. You see that those record Miss Morgan outlined that the last year had been spent correcting the pressure cascade in the new hospital. In that period, the critical care and Lochranza ward ventilation system had been rebuilt, cams had been stripped out and reopened, and all other items in the HFS report had been addressed. The new hospital was now one of the safest and best buildings in the whole of Scotland. To delay the final service moves further when no issues relating to the ventilation piece had been identified would be very risk averse. Do you see that?
Yes.
So obviously we see at the very start of the Oversight Board, it's set up, it's to make sure that there's full compliance with guidance. We see that there are discussions around about science and the underpinning of the guidance. We see that HFS are involved, technical advisors are involved, NHS, NSS are involved, and we now see Mary Morgan saying that in her view the new hospital was now one of the safest and best buildings in the whole of Scotland. Is that a view that you share?
I think we collectively shared that view.
So in terms of, by the time the Oversight Board completed its task and was effectively disbanded, did you have any concerns about the safety of the new building, the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People in the Department of Clinical Neurosciences?
Given the process that we'd gone through and the rigour and the scrutiny and indeed the number of important players that were playing into the process, and I think this statement sums it up, that we were content that the building was as safe as any could be, and therefore we were safe to move people into it.
Thank you. Just in terms of the move, the inquiry's heard evidence from a range of clinicians who've said the old Royal Hospital for Children at Sheens, Victorian building, suboptimal for providing treatment, no mechanical ventilation, but equally no suggestion that that building was in any way unsafe. Was that your understanding as the lead for infection prevention and control?
Yes, at that point. I mean, it wasn't ideal, but it was safe at that point in time.
What about the Department for Clinical Neurosciences? So the decision is made, we can't move. Was the Department for Clinical Neurosciences in the same position? Was it a completely safe building?
No.
Can you just explain to the inquiry what were some of the difficulties that were being experienced at the Department for Clinical Neurosciences, really in the period up to July 2019, and then in the period until the new hospital ultimately opens?
Well, I think as you heard from Donald and Verarity, the Department of Clinical Neurosciences, unfortunately, to use a word, was riddled with pseudomonas, which required constant review by infection prevention control, microbiology, and indeed management clinically of patients, and indeed managerial oversight. And from that regard, I stepped in to chair the incident management meetings that were happening sometimes more than once a week to ensure that the environment was as safe as it could be at that point in time.
In your role, how concerned were you about the safety of the Department of Clinical Neurosciences at this point in time, to 2019?
Oh, I mean, significantly. I mean, we obviously made sure that the board were aware, the NHS Loading Board was aware of the risks from that point of view. And obviously Scottish Government were aware of those risks too. The Cabinet Secretary did go and visit the department herself after the decision was made not to move. And indeed I took Fiona McQueen, the CNO at the time, on a visit, just to let them actually physically see the environment that people were working within and care was being delivered within.
So, Children's Hospital, not ideal, but safe. Department of Clinical Neurosciences, individuals doing their best to manage a very difficult situation, but a suboptimal environment for patient treatment.
Yes.
You're obviously not in a decision-making role. You're on the Oversight Board and you're advising the Scottish Government. Why couldn't the Department of Clinical Neurosciences opened earlier than it did?
I think it could have done. Certainly elements of it could have moved in. Outpatients and some other functions could have moved in. Once we'd done things such as the water testing and we were reassured that that was effective, other inpatient services could have moved in as well. And I think that was one of the options that had been put forward early in the process, but then the decision that was taken was, in particular in relation to the critical care bit, and the focus was around that, I think, initially.
So again, if you could help the inquiry from your perspective, you talked about the difficulties at the old DCN. When do you think patients could have moved over to the new hospital?
Well, of course, we were in a position then because we weren't moving in the timeline that we'd initially thought, that we then became dependent on things like rotas, medical rotas, and every week that you took deciding whether you could or couldn't obviously would impact on those elements because people were planning weeks, months in advance. But with some planning, potentially it could have happened in months.
So there's obviously the decision in July 2019, we're not going to open the hospital because we don't know if it's safe. But you think for the Department of Clinical Neurosciences, it could have opened within a matter of months?
I mean, my opinion was that we could, I think we could have done that, but at the end of the day, decision was, from the Oversight Board perspective, that, we obviously took a lot longer than that to move, and it was into the new year before some of the services moved into the new site.
So your own view is that it could have opened earlier. Was that the collective position of the Oversight Board?
I can't remember, to be honest with you. I think people recognise the challenges within it, but I think we were focused initially on the critical care, paediatric critical care element, and that kind of took a lot of the time and energy and focus away from other elements, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. So your own view is that it could have opened earlier. There may have been some dubiety from others on the Oversight Board. Do you know if that view, that there was at least some individuals, including yourself, within infection prevention and control, thought that the Department for Clinical Neurosciences could have opened safely at an earlier juncture than it did? Do you know if that was escalated to Scottish Government and to the Cabinet Secretary?
From memory, I can't remember, to be honest with you. Obviously, we covered all the elements within the Oversight Board. I can't remember if at any point during certainly 2019, we put a proposition forward again to say things could move. I think it just then became part of the plan, and that plan really didn't kick in, as it were, until 2020.
But again, you say you're not sure exactly what was fed back to Scottish Government and to the Cabinet Secretary. You mentioned earlier in your evidence that the Cabinet Secretary had attended the Department for Clinical Neurosciences. Is that correct?
She went on a visit after the decision was made not to move into the new building.
And at that time, has she been fully appraised of the difficulties and challenges that you've addressed at the old Department for Clinical Neurosciences?
I mean, I was certainly making it known through Professor McQueen that those challenges were there, and that's why I certainly invited her to come and visit the DCN with me and to walk around.
Thank you. The final issues that I'd like to raise with you, Professor, are really just some reflections in terms of the project and perhaps issues that could potentially be done better in the future. And I think we've covered a number of issues. We've obviously talked through the HEI scribe procedure, and as I understand your evidence, it was all done late in the day. Due process perhaps wasn't followed, but fundamentally the HEI scribe process worked because the hospital didn't open without that procedure being completed. Is that correct?
Yeah.
One issue that I'd be interested in your views and reflections on, and this is perhaps both in terms of your involvement in the project, but also in terms of your position as Chief Nursing Officer. NHS Scotland Assure has been created as a centre for excellence. What are your views on NHS Scotland Assure? Is it going to cure all issues with the built environment in relation to new build hospital projects?
So my observation would be that it's only a couple of years old and it's in its infancy. I think it's still finding its way in relation to the ask that's been placed on it. I don't think Assure singularly will deliver everything that's required. I think that comes from multiple stakeholders. So there's other functions, for example, NHS Education for Scotland, there's Scottish Government policy input, and equally the boards, health boards themselves. Because one of the things that I think we do need to look at in the medium to longer term is the capacity at all levels and the expertise at all levels to meet the current requirements.
And in terms of NHS Scotland Assure itself, are there aspects of what that organisation does that you think could be improved upon?
I don't think so. I mean, I think, there's an interpretation that it's an inspector, it's a regulator, and it's not that, for example. So I think there's some misconceptions around its function. That's a responsibility for others in the system to undertake. I think they need to focus in on providing the expert advice that they can around the built environment. But again, I think that's very much on a partnership basis because they will need to work with boards because boards still ultimately hold the accountability for any new build or any refurbishment. So it's very much a relationship issue.
Thank you. The former Cabinet Secretary, she'll be giving evidence next week. In her witness statement, she says that her aspiration for the Centre for Excellence is that it would follow a clerk of works model. So there effectively would be someone walking around with a clipboard. As you say, if you look through the documentation for NHS Scotland Assure, it's very clear that it doesn't have an inspection or a regulatory function. Do you think that's the right model, not to have that inspection or regulatory function?
Yes, because it would just overcomplicate the landscape. We already have inspections through Healthcare Improvement Scotland, for example, or the Health and Safety Executive. So I think to add another regulator or inspector in would just cause confusion in systems and probably duplicate more work and actually take people away from the jobs that they need to do. I think focusing in on elements of providing evidence and expertise is what's required.
Thank you. The inquiry heard evidence from Sarah Jane Sutherland, infection prevention control nurse, Lindsay Guthrie, who also works as an infection prevention control nurse, and they expressed significant concerns about the demands that are being placed on infection prevention and control professionals, and particularly infection prevention and control nurses that have been created through the new system of key stage reviews, in particular through NHS Scotland Assure. Are those concerns that you're aware of in your position as Chief Nursing Officer?
So, excuse me. So I work very closely with the executive nurse directors across all the boards, and actually from the 1st of April, every executive nurse director will have responsibility for HCI within their remit. So that's a continuity piece which is very important. So there's that professional support in there. But obviously, in terms of the demands through the review process, IPC is one element of that. Again, like the scribe, it's multifactorial and there's many players that need to play into it. I think what we have at the moment is that the system as it is and the capacity that we have don't meet the demand.
And that was an issue that I was going to come on and ask you about. In very simple terms, are there sufficient infection prevention and control professionals, and particularly infection prevention and control nurses, to carry out the workload that is going to be created by the key stage assurance reviews?
So I'm not sure it's just about the key stage review itself. I think it's actually about the requirements of the current facilities that people are in and any new build and expectations of the role that IPC will play in those. And that's also cross into microbiologists as well, for example. I think we're in a process just now, and it goes back to the learning point of identifying that we don't have the capacity and indeed the skills at the levels required to meet those current demands. So from that perspective, certainly one of the things that my directorate is taking forward is a job description with key role descriptors within that about what is it we're expecting of these individuals, particularly in relation to the built environment. How do we create a career framework for those individuals? Because it's a very specialist area and progression can be quite limited within that. And actually, how do we do that in a way that supports them through the education and training that they would be required to undertake as well? So a lot of those factors are currently being looked at the moment.
At the minute, are there enough infection prevention and control nurses in Scotland to provide all of the requirements for key stage assurance reviews and the other matters created by NHS Scotland Assure?
So I don't think I could answer that question at the moment because I haven't got any information that tells me in a substantive basis that boards can't meet the requirements. I think what they would probably say is they're stretched in relation to meeting all the demands.
So as Chief Nursing Officer for Scotland, you can't tell the inquiry whether there are sufficient infection prevention and control nurses in Scotland to carry out the workload created by NHS Scotland Assure.
So we're in a process of undertaking a workforce review. That's part of it, to understand, because what I would say is that certainly when I was in Lothian, we did significantly invest in that workforce, particularly in the nursing workforce, to create capacity and expertise. And I think boards are in different places from that point of view in terms of trying to recruit into posts. So it's not that they don't have the posts, it's the recruitment into the posts.
So can you explain to the inquiry, why is a system being put in place without an assessment being made of whether there is sufficient resourcing to carry out everything that's been set up?
My view would be that the ask to set up Assure was an ask, and that it was implemented in terms of establishing it. My personal reflection would be that in establishing that, we hadn't understood what demands that would place on the capacity we had at the time, and now we're trying to marry the two up.
Thank you. The infection prevention control nurses that gave evidence to the inquiry, they also expressed very significant concerns about what they're being asked to do at a practical level. One of the concerns they expressed was that they feel they're being asked to do work that is out with their remit and out with their registration, professional registration as nurses, because the way they described it is to say, well, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a plumber, but I'm being asked to be the quality control officer for water systems. Are those difficulties and issues that have been fed back to you in your capacity as Chief Nursing Officer?
Yes, and that's why we're taking the work forward that I referenced in relation to what is a team job description and what is an individual job description, particularly for infection prevention control nurses, and what would be the core elements of those jobs, so there is no ambiguity or unrealistic expectation placed upon them.
So job specifications are coming in terms of just exactly what is expected of a nurse, and particularly an IPCN throughout the procedure. Thank you. Is there a timeline for when that work's going to be completed?
Well, I mean, I hope to have it done before I demit office at the end of April.
Thank you. In her witness statement and in her evidence to inquiry, Lindsay Guthrie described that the current system that's in place, really due to the challenges, the difficulties, the lack of capacity within the system, she described it as setting boards up for failure. What would your observations be on that?
I don't think I would agree with that observation. I'm sure that's how Lindsay might feel personally, but I don't think anybody has set anything up to fail. I think everything has been done with the best of intention.
If I could ask you to have before you, please, Bundle 13, Volume 7, at page 319. So Bundle 13, Volume 7, page 319. Sorry, Bundle 13, Volume 7, page 319. So Bundle 13, Volume 7, page 319. So this isn't an email that you'll have seen before. It's an internal email at NHSL sent by Tracy Gillies. And it's just to pick up the observations that Miss Gillies makes towards the bottom of that email, beginning, given that we've already have to reduce. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says, given that we have already have to reduce HEI scribe attendance, as there are simply not enough nurses in IPC to provide the essential service to clinical areas in the here and now, and not enough IPC nurses in Scotland with the requisite qualifications to do this more technical work. Someone will need to feed back to SG Capital colleagues that their programme will be undeliverable. Do you see that?
Yes.
Again, in your position as Chief Nursing Officer, are you aware of these types of views that exist within health boards, that the programmes that are in place are simply undeliverable in the view of health boards?
I think there's certainly capacity issues. I mean, I think in terms of deliverability, that's a slightly different matter. Obviously I've not seen the email correspondence here, and that's Tracy's view. on it from that perspective. I mean, one of the things that we are doing through all the work that I've described with you is we are working with the networks that we have in Scotland that represent infection control nurses and infection control doctors to try and achieve some of those aspects around capacity and skills that are required. But, at this point in time, the system, as it is very pressured around the current environment and the requirements to build new facilities as well.
If there's a recognition that there's a capacity issue, has the Scottish Government made more funding available then to try to provide more resource within the system?
In relation to?
Well, in relation to, you've mentioned a number of times that there's capacity issues, which I think my understanding is there's simply not enough people that are working. There's not enough people to try to do all of the tasks. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, the responsibility comes to boards, health boards, in terms they're the employers from that point of view. They are undertaking their own workforce assessments of need from that perspective.
I think the question I was asking, though, was if there are these capacity issues that exist within the system, at the Scottish Government level, have more resources, more money being made available so that those capacity issues can be resolved by boards? So
certainly through some of the work that my directorate is doing, looking at aspects like training, online materials, the career framework, the job description. That's an investment of time. It's not money itself directly to the boards, but it's to assist boards in order to manage some of this. In terms of actually identifying how many individuals the boards think they might require, that's a piece of work through the exec leads within boards and within the boards themselves. But everything that we're doing is trying to assist them in achieving those outcomes.
One other issue that the infection prevention and control nurses raised was the issue of training, that they are increasingly being asked to do a lot of work, be involved in meetings in relation to technical systems. So albeit they're looking at it from an infection prevention and control angle, but they don't have any mandatory training in the built environment. They're not looking to become engineers, but they don't have any basic mandatory training in relation to the technical aspects of water systems, ventilation systems. Do you think that is a skills gap in relation to the nurses?
I think going back to the point that I was making about what their core role is and isn't is important. I think there's been perhaps expectation placed on them that they might have expertise in those areas, and that isn't the current remit of an IPCN, for example. There are others in the system through capital planning or estates or facilities who have much more expertise, or independent contractors. So again, going back to processes such as the KSAR or the Scribe, this is where it has to be done in partnership. Other people need to play their role in it. And the point that Lindsay, I think, made to you, no one should do anything that compromises a professional regulation. So from that point of view, I wouldn't expect any nurse to do anything that they were not fit to give advice on.
And again, it's perhaps not asking to give specific advice, but if we just think back to the basic principles set out in SHFN 30, which talks about a partnership approach. And my understanding is that the reason for that partnership approach is effectively there are grey areas. Where does the work of an engineer end? Where does the work of a clinician begin? Do you think for IPCNs that are being asked to undertake some work on large new build hospital projects, not talking about the refurbishment projects that might be slightly more standard, but taking on a big brand new build hospital, complicated water systems, complicated ventilation systems, do you think before they're asked to undertake their role as part of the team, albeit in the IPC function, that they should have some basic mandatory training in the built environment and those critical systems, particularly water and ventilation?
I think if we were to build them into the core job description, then absolutely, from that point of view. I mean, the current, from memory, the current master's programme that most would go through to achieve IPCN status doesn't actually address those. So again, that would be something that would have to be looked at if it was going to become a core function that was expected of them.
Okay, thank you. The final question that I'd want to ask you is, it's really a general open question. There's probably two parts for it. And it's really just to check if there's anything that hasn't been covered off either in your statement or your evidence today in relation to how you think these types of projects could be done better in the future. So part one would really be drawing on your experience working on the project. Do you think there are any aspects we haven't covered about how practices could be improved in the future?
I think my reflection would actually draw on comments that Lindsay and Donald both made, actually having heard their evidence to you, that process is hugely important and that following the process is hugely important. But equally, it's for all stakeholders to play their role in that process. And I think the point that Donald made, and I think he said it like this, that having those people with their clear responsibilities and accountabilities in the same room, hearing the same conversation at every step in the process is hugely important, because actually things tend to go on out with a process and therefore people are not always part of the same process. And I think we have to be very rigid around the elements of that going forward.
Thank you. So that would be part one, effectively, your reflection from the project team. You've also mentioned today that obviously NHS Scotland Assure is in a relative infancy, still learning as it goes. You've mentioned some things as Chief Nursing Officer that you're working on things like the job specifications so that there isn't any lack of clarity. Apart from the matters we've covered today, is there any ongoing work that you're aware of to try to perhaps improve some of those processes for future projects?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, in terms of work of Assure, NHS Education for Scotland and RHI, which is the antimicrobial healthcare associated infection function, we're actually reviewing elements of those to see how they work. Do they work effectively or not? Could we change any of those? And again, that's all part of the learning point, but also a fundamental part of this is how do we ensure that we use the totality of the capacity and expertise we have within Scotland, within NHS Scotland, to meet the current and future demands, because it can't, I think, just be met by boards themselves. That's where Assure, NSS, National Services Scotland, NHS Education, and indeed government themselves have to play a collective role in looking at that.
Thank you. Professor McMahon, thank you for answering my questions this morning. I don't have any further questions at this stage. Lord Brodie may have questions, or there may be applications from core participants, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGregor. I don't have any further questions at this point, Professor, but I want to take the opportunity to check that no one else in the room wants to ask a question, either through Mr. McGregor or otherwise. So could I ask you to return to the witness room, and I would hope that you'll be able to come back in 10 or 15 minutes and we can confirm the position.
Thank you.
Ms McGregor?
Lord Brody, there's just two matters arising which I'm happy to deal with.
All right. If we could bring back Professor McMahon. Professor, we have, as I understand it, perhaps a further two questions which Mr McGregor will direct to you. Mr McGregor.
Thank you. Professor McMahon, the first issue to pick up on was, I think in your evidence you mentioned an entity called HIS. Did I pick you up correctly?
RHI?
I think you...
Oh, HIS.
HIS, which I understood would stand for
Healthcare Improvement Scotland.
Healthcare Improvement
Yes,
Scotland, correct, thank you. And it was really just, I had picked you up as saying that you thought that HIS had a regulatory function.
So what HIS does, it goes into hospitals, both announced and unannounced, to do inspections. So it's more of an inspectorate type function in relation to standards. And there's some standards within there that are around infection prevention control.
Thank you. So perhaps it's going in and doing inspections, but not necessarily a formal regulator, as one would have for example, the Health and Safety Executive.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then the second topic was really just, we obviously discussed quite a lot today about Settlement Agreement 1 and the fact that Settlement Agreement 1 was approved without the Stage 4 HEI scribe being formally signed off. That was going to come later. It was really just to try to draw on your experience sitting as a former director of a health board, and to think through the governance function that the board itself would be applying. So you obviously have the project team. Their main driver would simply be to complete the project, but there's going to have to be a decision taken as to whether the Stage 4 HEI scribe is completed in line with due process. It's all signed off before the building is accepted. Is that the type of decision that should be made by the project team, or is that something that should really be made at board level?
So historically, it was something that was made through the project team. Again, the board or committees didn't give scrutiny to that level of detail or that part of the process.
But if we could just think about the settlement agreement, so that is a document that is, for good or ill, going to be changing potentially the contractual arrangement set out in the project documentation. It's going to involve a significant sum of money being spent. Do you think at that stage, for that type of decision, that should be being taken at the board level as opposed to being simply taken by the project team?
Obviously, information came to the board and the board made a number of decisions, but in relation to SA1, I mean, I wasn't involved in the process around about that, but certainly, it was either through the Finance and Resource Committee or the board itself where the ultimate decisions were made to progress on those matters.
Mm-hmm. And if we're just thinking of progressing, so the hospital is going to be accepted, payments are going to start being made without the Stage 4 HEI scribe being completed. Do you think that decision being made, that due process isn't going to be followed, is that a failure in governance on the part of NHS Lothian?
I don't think it was at the time, because it was new to me too. So actually, from that point of view, that was subsumed within the project process. It wasn't something that the board itself was being expected to understand or agree on as part of the process to getting to SA1. I think hindsight and looking back, and perhaps this is part of the learning, and this is some of the work that Assure and others are looking at. What is the role of executives and senior managers in relation to those various points in the process, and making sure that things like the scribe process are built into that. So I would expect going forward to see much more rigour from boards in relation to compliance at all levels.
So rightly or wrongly, that issue of the Stage 4 HEI scribe, that wasn't on the board's radar whenever Settlement Agreement 1 is being signed off.
Knowledge, yeah.
And you're saying, again, we're looking back here with the benefit of hindsight, that perhaps is an area that needs to be looked at further in terms of just exactly what the decision making should be and what the governance of that decision making should be.
Yes, I think that'd be fair.
Okay. Thank you. Professor McMahon, I don't have any further questions, but thank you again for answering my questions today.
Thank you very much, Professor. You're now free to go. But before you go, can I just express my thanks for your attendance today, your attendance yesterday, and all the work that will have gone into preparing your statement. I'm very appreciative of that and wish to thank you, but you're now free to go.
Thank you very much.
Now, as I understand it, Mr. McLennan is taking over
Yes,
the
Lord.
remaining witnesses for today.
Yes, Lord.
I think we might take a 15-minute break to allow people either to have coffee or a second coffee. And we'll resume with, which is the first witness you intend to take?
Professor John Connaghan, my lord.
Professor Conahan, right. Sit again at about 25 to 12.
It's fine.
Now, Professor Conahan.
Yes, please, my Lord.
Morning. Good morning, Professor Conahan. Now, as you understand, you're about to be asked questions by Mr. McLennan, who's sitting opposite you. But first, I understand you're prepared to take the oath.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Sitting where you are, can I ask you to raise your right hand and repeat these words after me? I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that I will tell the truth,
that I will tell the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Professor. Mr. McLennan.
Thank you, my Lord. Could you please confirm your name?
John Connaghan.
And it's the case, I think, that you've provided a witness statement to the inquiry.
I have.
Could we have on screen, please, the document at Witness Bundle Volume 1, page 215? And do we see there your statement, Professor Conahan?
Yes, indeed.
And does that statement set out fully and truthfully your evidence on the matters that it addresses?
It does.
And is there anything in it that, in your view, needs to be changed or corrected?
One minor typographical error under Section 3, graduation 1979 and not 1976.
Okay, thank you. Now, you are, I understand, currently the chairman of NHS Lothian. Is that correct?
I am.
And you've held that position since July 2021?
From the 1st of August 2021.
Okay. And prior to that, between March 2020 and July 2021, you were the Director General of Health and Social Care in the Scottish Government?
No, I entered the Scottish Government as Chief Performance Officer, and after a while I became the Chief Executive of the NHS in Scotland during the period of COVID, or partly during the period of COVID.
Okay, thank you. And at various earlier stages in your career, you held Chief Executive posts of a range of NHS trusts in Scotland.
I did.
And from 2016 to 2019, your statement says that you were the Director General of the Irish Health Service.
I was, and that was based in the Republic of Ireland.
Okay. And is that akin to the post that you later held as the Chief Executive of the NHS in Scotland?
It's commensurate with that post.
To what extent over your career have you been involved in the delivery of major healthcare construction projects?
I've been involved in it in the construction of projects as the Chief Executive, for example, of the Western General, where we, in the time I was there, started the development of the Anne Ferguson building, as an example. After that, not a lot of direct involvement.
And what was the nature of the Anne Ferguson building in terms of scale and technical complexity?
It really was just a single building on the site. As I recall, the capital scheme at that stage was about 78 million, funded directly by the Exchequer. I would suggest it would probably be twice that in today's prices, to give you an idea of scale.
Okay. And has your experience in that and your other roles given you an insight into the challenges that a health board or trust faces when tasked with a major construction project?
Broadly, yes, I would say.
And what would you see the challenges as being?
The challenges of being a strategic fit with the direction of travel both nationally and locally. How well does the facility serve the needs of the population? How does it achieve value for money? How does it secure a safe environment for patients and staff, and how will the building or facility be flexible enough in the future to cope with changing demands.
I mean, the inquiry has heard evidence from others that this sort of project might be something that those working in health boards may do once or perhaps not at all in their whole careers. What do you see as the challenges for health boards in building a team with the knowledge and experience needed to run these projects successfully?
Well, it depends on the scale of the health board. You've got some very large organisations like Glasgow and Lothian that would be better placed to have a kind of critical mass of in-house expertise. Smaller health boards might not have that level of critical mass and have to seek advice and capability outside. So it depends. There's quite a difference in terms of size of health boards, as you understand.
Okay. And what about the challenges of adding a project of that nature on top of the pre-existing workload of delivering healthcare services?
I would acknowledge that's a challenge, but every project coming to a health board for approval and then onwards to the Scottish Government for approval should be able to assess the requirement for that technical and managerial support which is needed. That will be built in to project costings and built into the workforce and experts' advice requirements for that particular project.
Okay. And so would you envisage that sort of thing being built into the business case process at the outset?
Yes, it would, because we would need to account for those costs.
If we turn then to the time period to which your evidence to this inquiry relates, in around July 2019, you were at that time the Chief Performance Officer in the Scottish Government, is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
And was that a post in the Health and Social Care Directorate?
It was a post which was created, which I took up in January 2019 on my return from Ireland. It was essentially a post which was to aid the government's objectives in terms of reducing waiting times and improving performance across the NHS, but also, as I had understood it, as an aid to the potentially new Director General that was coming in the spring of that year, who was Malcolm Wright, because I had previously done posts like that. There was an added benefit in me being around. But principally, that was a post to deliver government objectives on performance.
Okay, so focus more on the delivery of healthcare services rather than the delivery of capital projects.
Oh, absolutely. Capital projects would not have been in my remit for that post.
And did you, in that role, did you report to Malcolm Wright as well as having that supportive role?
Indeed, that was my direct line management route.
And it appears from the documents that you were involved at the very earliest stages of the Scottish Government's awareness that there might be issues with ventilation in the critical care department at the RHCYP. And one of those is an early briefing that you were copied into on the 3rd of July 2019. So in terms of our timings, that's the day after the matter came to the attention of the Scottish Government. If we could have up on screen, please, the document at Bundle 7, Volume 1, page 48.
Thank you.
I should say, my lord, I don't appear to have the documents coming up on my screen here. I don't know if somebody with the technical know-how could perhaps arrange for that to be done. I can manage without it, but it would be helpful if,
Yeah,
if
clearly.
it was available.
I can't, not that I have any technical know-how to contribute, but it is on my screen, and
It is on my screen.
You have it, Professor.
I can see it.
Well, I've raised it, so those in the technical know may be able to deal with it, and I can manage for the time being without it. But So
Right. I'm working on the basis that those in the back room know that there's a problem. Right.
Thank you, my lord. So you should see, I hope, in front of you, Professor Conahan, an email from Alan Morrison to Malcolm Wright, and you're one of the copy recipients. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And I'm just going to read some of this to put this into context. What Mr. Morrison says is, Malcolm, John, I believe Tim Davison, and Mr. Davison's the chief executive of NHS Lothian at the time, correct?
Correct.
I believe Tim Davison has phoned you to summarise the outputs from this morning's meeting between HFS, HPS, NHS Lothian and myself to consider the risks associated with the move of ICU to the new RHCYP. The following issues were raised. And he says the main risks we identified were, first of all, the major concerns were raised about the risk of doing the permanent solution with patients in situ. There's a list of other concerns or risks. Then, paragraph below that, there's still a lot of unknown factors, including the safety implications of running the facility with 4-year changes rather than 10, and the safety of the environment in which the patients are currently occupied, i.e. is the new facility with 4-year changes an hour still safer than the current site? And then just on that page, he finishes up by saying, given the information available, the consensus was that with unknown risks associated with moving patients and then modifying the ventilation of the building, combined with the believed safe environment of the current facility, the safety of patients would be better served by delaying the move and modifying the ventilation in the new building before moving patients. So, do you recall receiving this briefing following the meeting with those various parties?
Yes, I do.
So we see from that briefing that risks had been identified, certain unknown factors had been identified, but a consensus was already developing about how to respond. Is that fair?
It is fair. I think this is a very important note. It came in just after midday on the 3rd of July. It preceded a meeting that I had with the, which I'm sure you might go on to, with the Health Board senior exec team. But it really confirmed our developing thoughts on what the potential risks would be around that move. There are probably more risks that are not identified on that note, but understand this was early in our thinking of what the potential issues were.
Okay, thank you. And then if we move over the page to page 49, Mr. Morrison says that in addition, John, I think that must be you, asked about why this was not identified earlier. And he says that as part of the settlement agreement, NHS Lothian agreed that ventilation for general wards could be 4-year changes per hour. They should have specified that critical care beds were not part of that derogation, but they didn't. So the contractor has used this as evidence that only 4-year changes an hour were required, and so on. So, as well as a consensus emerging about how to respond to this, do we see that the nature of the problem or the source of the problem was already reasonably clear, at least in outline?
Yes, that's a reasonable conclusion.
Now, one of the unknown factors that Mr. Morrison had set out concerned the safety implications of running the facility with 4-year changes rather than 10, and the issue of whether the new facility with 4-year changes an hour was still safer than the current site. Now, does that second factor reflect the fact that there was no mechanical ventilation at Sheens?
I think it does, but I wouldn't like to give the inquiry definitive evidence about that, given my lack of expertise in that particular area. But I think that's a fair reflection when one compares the new facility with the older facility.
Fair enough. And as far as you were aware, were patients considered to be safe at Sheens?
As far as I'm aware.
So there was clearly uncertainty at this stage about whether it was actually unsafe to have 4 air changes per hour. Is that fair?
I think it was, but I think we also need to consider the other factors that are on page 48 of this bundle as well. The most important factors for me in terms of considering the safety or the ability of the site to be moved into new premises are, first of all, the evidence available over the 3rd and 4th of July could not absolutely guarantee that the move in whole or in part would be safe. Secondly, there are issues, I'm sure that everyone realises, about public confidence, and there I reference the issues that we already knew about in terms of Queen Elizabeth. Thirdly, the risk of knowingly placing patients in an environment where any remedial actions might need to take place in the same building. I don't think we understood the potential risks that were about that. A thought process emerging, as you can see, over the 3rd of July about what other issues would be potentially on the site that would yet to be uncovered. Health Facilities Scotland at that time, as I recall, could not immediately carry out any due diligence to answer that question. It would take some time. I think, as we subsequently saw, 3 or 4 months would be required. And another one that I was particularly concerned about is, which I would call split site working, having one part of the intended move taking place without the other part, and the consequent knock-on impact on clinical rotas. So all of those things, as well as the 4 to 10 changes per hour, were in our thinking.
Yes. So I was focusing on that particular issue, but you fairly explained that there are actually a multitude of other factors which fed into the decision making at the time.
Indeed.
If you'll bear with me just while I return to the question of the 4 air changes for the moment, and I accept what you say that other considerations were relevant. To what extent, so far as you were aware, was consideration given to whether the critical care ventilation as originally built, that's the 4 air changes per hour and balance pressure, might in fact have been safe for its intended clinical use?
I don't really think I can answer that with any, definitive statement. I know it was in the background. It was a primary factor in halting the move. As I recall, there was an initial note from Tracy Gillies to Tim Davidson on 1st, I think it was, of April, which laid out some of the risks associated with that. I can't recall exactly what was in that note, but it was certainly in our thinking that was a material factor which would require to be resolved before that move took place.
Of course, the guidance in SHTM 0301 for critical care areas was to have 10 air changes per hour and 10 pascals of positive pressure. To what extent were decisions being made in government on the basis that one had to comply with those parameters in order to ensure safety?
Well, I think one needs to address that question by looking at why we have Scottish Health technical standards. These are drawn up in terms of what was the perceived best practice at the time. So therefore, it was critical that any new facility where we required those Scottish Health technical memorandums to be observed in terms of the building was actually delivered. Why would we want to accept a building that did not meet current day standards?
Now, you describe them there as standards, and this may to some extent be a semantic question, but they were presented in something that was described at the time as guidance rather than as a standard which health boards were compelled to meet. But do I take from your answer that decision-making in government at this time was proceeding on the basis that compliance with these parameters had to be done in order to ensure patient safety.
Absolutely, and you can see that in the original contract intentions from NHS Lothian, where they set out to achieve that specification.
And was decision-making also based, therefore, on the basis that any departure from those parameters would be ipso facto unsafe?
I have a difficulty in agreeing to it being unsafe because I'm sure people can explain this better than me. There are various levels and degrees of assurance. We would want to have the maximum possible level of assurance built into any environment, and that is, I think, explained by the fact that we wanted to have our buildings in accord with those Scottish Health technical memorandums.
Yeah. Okay. And again, just thinking about decision-making at the government level, to what extent, so far as you were aware, was consideration at that level given to the possibility that the ventilation system, as originally built, might in fact comply with the guidance, depending on how one interpreted it?
I don't recall any discussions about that. I mean, it seems a rather obscure point because the testing from IOM, as far as I understood, came up short in terms of meeting those technical standards, if I can use that term again.
Yes. So we had IOM saying quite clearly that the air changes in these rooms didn't meet the requirements of the guidance. But the ventilation designer on the project maintained at the time, and indeed continues to maintain, that the design was compliant with the SHTM guidance, at least in the way that they interpreted it. Was that something was that a consideration which didn't make it into the government's knowledge?
I can't answer for what would be in the section of advice that comes to ministers, cabinet secretaries, from colleagues that are perhaps closer to the technical aspects of that. So I think you're asking the wrong person here. If you were to ask somebody like, let's say, Alan Morrison or the engineers that were associated with that, they would be able to give you that. But clearly, from the note that we have just seen from Alan Morrison on that very subject, there was certainly a deep consideration of that particular issue in that note.
Okay. I mean, given the cost and disruption likely to be involved in replacing a new ventilation system, do you agree that it would be appropriate to consider whether the system as installed, even if non-compliant with the guidance, might nonetheless have been safe for its intended clinical use?
That's a possibility. You could certainly do that, but as I've explained earlier, there are a number of different factors that would come into government consideration of whether or not they supported such a move.
Yeah.
Okay, but it was quite clear in terms of the evidence that was being put forward at that stage in the very early days of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th of July and onwards, that the general opinion was certainly solidifying around the fact that we should not move.
Should not move, yes.
Should not move.
Yeah. And I appreciate that your involvement was limited. You fairly explain in your statement that you were involved in the early stages and then other people took it on. But so far as you were aware at the time that you were involved, were people in the government actively considering whether, despite the non-compliance with guidance, the system might nonetheless have been safe for its intended clinical use?
I think only in part. There was a time somewhere around about 2nd of July, as I recall, that while we understood the general advice, and indeed this came from NHS Lothian, was not to move the sick children's part, Royal Hospital for children and young people, but to consider a partial move, which would be DCN. There was certainly in the very early days or very early hours of our engagement with Lothian and across government that the potential for a partial move might be possible.
Yep.
Okay, but then I think as we considered further, that became increasingly unviable as a course of action.
Yep.
And indeed, the letter of the 4th of July from the Director General to the Chief Executive of NHS Lothian at that point in time, I think laid out quite clearly where Scottish Government were.
Yes, and we'll come to that shortly.
Yeah.
So just returning to that first day, you say in your statement that towards the end of that day, you started to wonder if this issue with the critical care ventilation was the only one that might arise or if there might be more. Can you just expand on that mode of thinking?
Yes, indeed. My first reaction on hearing this was, are we absolutely certain that this was only confined to the critical care air changes issue? I had a stream of thought in the first day around whether or not we could supply a workaround on this, which was a portable unit that might supply the critical care facility. After consideration, NHS Lothian decided that would not be viable. I think that was probably the right decision in hindsight. So it was an option, but it was never a serious option that was on the table. However, towards the end of that, and having seen over the 3rd of July that note from Alan Morrison and others, I began to consider in my own mind, is this more than just an isolated incident? Are there other issues that need to be rectified, and how can we prove that the facility is absolutely up to standard? So that's the background to that thought process.
So was there sort of sense of anxiety that there might be other problems, that the discovery of one might suggest that there will be others?
I would say yes, a little bit of anxiety over the course of the 2nd and 3rd of July, which is why government asked for assurance from HPS in terms of just making sure that there were no other issues.
Yeah.
And as we know, the history of that is that would take some time.
Yeah, okay. Was it possible to look at this the other way around, that the Health Board's own processes and procedures had detected the problem and they themselves had disclosed it to the government?
Yes, that's a fair assessment.
And is that perhaps not an indication that whilst true a problem had emerged, the Health Board had demonstrated itself to be capable of detecting them and responding to them appropriately? And
we would expect that. NHS Lothian had excellent technical and managerial staff. They took, my assessment is they took their role very seriously. They had, as we can see from the KPMG report, which came out, a relatively satisfactory governance structure around this. So one would have confidence that they were doing the right thing in terms of flagging this to government. But at that stage, remember, NHS Lothian themselves did not see the entire picture.
Yeah, okay. And as I think you alluded to earlier on, after that briefing email from Alan Morrison on sort of noon on the 3rd of July, you attended a meeting with, amongst others, Tim Davidson, the NHS Lothian Chief Executive. And if we go please to Bundle 7, Volume 1, at page 57. You should see up on screen in front of you, Professor Conahan, a note of a meeting, draft note of a meeting, 2 p.m. on Wednesday, the 3rd of July, 2019. Is that the meeting that you were referring to?
Yes, it is. This is the one that came in after the note from Alan Morrison. I don't recall reading the note from Alan Morrison before I went to the meeting. I think I probably read it afterwards.
Yeah.
I also note that the minute is draft, and I don't recall seeing it before the inquiry has provided me with this draft.
Yes. As far as I know, it only exists in the form with draft on it, but we'll proceed on the basis that this is the available note of the meeting. Now, the opening paragraph under the heading of Welcome Introduction reads that John Connaghan advised that he would require to brief Malcolm Wright and the Cabinet Secretary following the meeting, and that this process would require to be undertaken before any final decision could be acted upon. And can you just outline your thinking in that regard about how the government's decision-making process is going to proceed?
Well, clearly, by the time we got to Wednesday, 3rd of July, Scottish Government wanted to make sure that any communications process was to their satisfaction. We had concerns about the fact that there were a number of patients who would be scheduled to attend the new hospital within the course of the next few days. So we wanted certainly communications on that to be aligned. We also had, I think by that time, Wednesday, 3rd of July, come to the conclusion that we wanted to have absolute assurance on safety on the site, and therefore any decisions made by NHS Lothian in this respect would require to have the approval of Malcolm Wright, Director General, Cabinet Secretary, who, if they were not content with that, would have the power of veto.
Yes, and the way you put this in your statement, it's in paragraph 27. You say that I wanted to make clear that both Malcolm Wright and the Cabinet Secretary would require to be comfortable with NHSL's proposal for opening the RHCYP, given the significant potential for disruption. I had not been asked to do so by Malcolm or the Cabinet Secretary, but nonetheless thought it was appropriate to make the position clear. So again, why was that something that you thought was appropriate?
I think it was. You probably need to read the next line on that. So I thought it was appropriate because ultimately, ministers are accountable to Parliament for the provision of health services in Scotland. Accordingly, it was only right that the Scottish Government and Cabinet Secretary were engaged in NHS Lothian's decision making. Yes. And also, if you remember, after a long career in the NHS here and elsewhere, I had anticipated that certainly ministers, Cabinet Secretary, would want to be at the forefront of decision making and be comfortable with the direction of travel.
Yes. Okay. And so, I mean, generally speaking, if we stand back, responsibility for healthcare building projects lies with the health boards. Just in general terms, what in your view are the circumstances in which it becomes appropriate for the Scottish Government to step in?
In terms of decision making, it's perhaps where you've got a significant failure. Okay, and clearly there was a significant failure in this particular project. So entirely appropriate. Also, you'll realise from later on in my statement where I cover escalation. If ministers are not content with the progress of a particular project, whether or not that's a service project connected with waiting time reduction or indeed building projects, then they reserve the right to enhance their surveillance of a board and, if necessary, in the ultimate, step in and have some direction. Okay. And you quite correctly pointed out that in your statement you saw this as an issue of ministerial accountability, that ministers are accountable to Parliament for the provision of health services in Scotland. And what was it about this issue that, in your view, put it into the category of ministerial accountability? Significant public interest, significant capital expenditure, and significant risk in terms of delivery. And I could go on, but I think these are probably the main things that you might be interested in.
Okay. By the time these issues had arisen, issues had also arisen with the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Glasgow. To what extent were those issues a factor in the readiness of the Scottish Government to intervene in the RHCYP project?
I think absolutely the issues of Queen Elizabeth would be in the front of the minds of folks in Scottish Government, both officials, directors, and ministers. I personally did not have a lot to do with the Queen Elizabeth issues because of the nature of the task that I was employed to do, but I was certainly aware that the risks around the Queen Elizabeth read over into an interpretation of the risks associated with, or the potential risks associated with the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People.
Yeah. Then if we go back to the note of the meeting, so that's yeah, there we have it. Bundle 7, Volume 1, page 57. Under the heading of Position to Date, the note records, Tim Davison advised that after significant soul searching, the main punchline was that the system did not feel confident in moving the RHCYP in its totality in the forthcoming weekend and felt that it would be sensible to rephase the process. It was pointed out that DCN could move as planned, with ambulatory paediatric services, including outpatients, therapies, programmed investigations, and day surgery, being able to move over the course of the next few weeks and months. And then if we go over the page, please, to 58, we have about halfway down the page, a paragraph that reads, Tim Davison commented that it had been agreed that it would be possible to move the services outlined in his introduction. The lowest risk solution was to retain the emergency department, inpatient, theatres, and the critical care unit in the current Royal Hospital for Sick Children facility. And then further down the note, the second last paragraph, Fiona Mitchell commented that by the end of the week, there would be a clearer understanding of the potential phasing of non-critical function moves and the numbers of staff involved. And just those passages, and I accept that that's not a complete summary of the note, but do you recognise those as matters that were discussed in the meeting?
Yes, I do. The only thing that I'm thoughtful about is my recollection of it had been agreed as a phrase on this, but I do recall that we had some consideration of partial move. And in fact, you can see that was one of the options we considered in that minute, where we considered whether or not a modular unit, as proposed, would be capable of deployment. But I think after that, and as we moved into the evening of the 2nd, and certainly after Alan Morrison's note of 1209, which preceded that meeting, was read and understood, we began to form an opinion that even a partial move would not be beneficial without an absolute assurance that risk was entirely mitigated.
Okay, and if we just go to page 61 of the bundle, we just see there that Tim Davison undertook to produce a short note for John Connaghan and Malcolm Wright, detailing the logic behind the decision to rephase the timing of the move into the building to allow a phased occupation over the next few weeks and months. And we'll see that note just in a minute. But do we see, even at the stage of that meeting, that NHS Lothian had already realised that parts, at least, of the hospital couldn't move?
Sorry, could move, did you say? Couldn't move. Oh, yes, absolutely. And if you go back to the first page you showed me, or second page, can't remember, on this note, you will see a speculation from Tim that the move could take place over the course of the next few weeks or months.
Yes.
That's different from a move which is going to take place in the next couple of days. So even then, I think there was a realisation that even the DCN move could be delayed.
Yes. And in fact, we saw from the contribution recorded in the note from Fiona Mitchell that there was still a need to consider a sort of risk-based decision about what moves could happen and when.
Absolutely. I mean, one would expect that as a normal part of the practice of assessing any move of that sort. You would take a proper risk-based assessment of the issues.
Okay. And then if we move on to the note that Mr Davison provided after that meeting, which is in Bundle 7, Volume 1, page 66. So we see the sort of bottom half of that page, an email which is marked as being from the Chief Executive of NHS Lothian, so Mr Davison, and it's sent to the Director General of Health and Social Care, so Malcolm Wright, and yourself. And he says, Malcolm and John, and then there's an opening introduction, and just at the end of the first paragraph he says, we believe the problem is capable of being resolved fully over a period of around 4 months. There are a number of options for how the solution can be arrived at, and each carries a degree of risk and uncertainty. It is worth reiterating that our guiding principle in dealing with this problem and all previous problems and delays associated with this building project has been to prioritise patient safety and only to commission services in the new building when we believed that it was fully fit for purpose. So we see there, presumably as you would expect, NHS Lothian was prioritising patient safety and the fitness of the building for its purpose. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then reading on in the following paragraph, picking up 3 or 4 lines from the end, NHS Lothian is investigating how this issue has arisen and how best to address it in collaboration with IHS Lothian and their supply chain, and is taking a range of professional advice, including legal and technical advice, and advice from advisors in infection control, health and safety, and facilities engineering. Again, presumably these are the sorts of steps that you would expect a health board to be taking.
Yes, absolutely.
And then he goes on, over the last 48 hours, we have considered 4 main options for dealing with the ventilation problem, and a range of key senior staff have been consulted, including clinical staff and clinical leaders, executive and senior managers, project team staff, capital planning staff, the board chair, colleagues in Scottish Government, HFS and HPS. Again, so we can see there a wide range of consultation in developing the appropriate options. And again, is that how you would expect the health board to go about it?
Yes, I couldn't fault that that approach. Might want to consider whether or not that was enough, but I think we could certainly see here where NHS Lothian's thinking was going in terms of getting the best advice they possibly could, both internally, externally, and from government sources in terms of how to address that problem.
Okay, and then he says that the options are outlined below, and if we just go over the page, we see the first option, continue with the planned move of all services and attempt to deliver the permanent fix for the ventilation problem while the critical care unit remains occupied, and we see that that option was not supported. Then the second option, continue with the planned move of all services and then decant critical care, and again, we see that that option wasn't supported. And then if we go over the page, the third option, defer moving into the new building altogether. And what he says about that is that this option was not supported because the rephasing of the move of the critical care unit only really affects those services dealing with the sickest of paediatric patients and so on. It does not materially impact on DCN services and ambulatory paediatric services, and therefore there's no need to defer these elements of the move. And then his fourth option, rephase the timing of the move into the building to allow a phased occupation over the next few weeks and months. And he says this option was supported as the best option. It would allow the permanent optimum solution for the critical care ventilation issue to be implemented in an empty ward without clinical risk and with limited disruption to the other users of the building. It prevents the need for double moves, including a decant. It would allow DCN services to move in as planned, and it would allow ambulatory paediatric services, including outpatients, therapies, programmed investigations and day surgery, to move in over the summer. Then he says, following my meeting with senior colleagues this afternoon, which John attended, we agreed the following immediate actions. Develop a communications plan between the Scottish Government and NHSL, commission the permanent solution for the ventilation issue in critical care. And then he says, clinically risk assess and plan the rephase moves described in option 4. So does that email fairly set out what you understood to be NHS Lothian's thinking at the time?
Yes, that fairly reflects NHS Lothian's thinking at the time. I don't recall in the meeting that we had prior to that, which was a 2 o'clock meeting, and this email was sent, I think, at 4:36, that we had gone into any substance of rephasing. So all of that would be new to us in terms of understanding all of the options about moving into an empty ward without clinical risk and with limited disruption, etc., etc. So I think it reflected where the chief exec and the team would want to head at that particular point in time.
Okay, so at this time, 4:36 on the afternoon of the 3rd of July, perhaps understandably, all of the information is being gathered and all of the optioneering is being done by NHS Lothian.
Yes.
And what Mr Davison is doing is sharing that openly with the government.
He is, and in the meantime, as we have already observed, government itself is taking its advice from other sources, and I referenced the Alan Morrison email of 12:09, same day.
And when you say other sources, do you mean that the government was taking information from somebody different?
No, I'm referencing the email where Alan Morrison is reporting back on a conversation that he's had with the HFS and HPS. That's the one that you showed me at 12:09 prior to this note.
Yes, I think what Mr Morrison says is that had been a meeting with Tim Davison as well.
Oh, that's fine, yeah. And but government also will be taking advice from that meeting with Tim Davison, HFS and HPS. So that's the way I'm just referencing that, if that's helpful.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to be clear about whether there were sources of information available to the government at this point in time that weren't available to NHS Lothian.
No, we would work on the basis of complete openness on this. I'm merely referencing the fact that government is taking advice from Tim Davison and HFS and HPS in the meeting that took place at 12:09.
Yeah, thank you. And rather than reassure you, you indicate in your statement that this email actually raised concerns in your mind. Can you just explain why?
Could you just reference me the section in my statement on that, just so that I can refresh my memory?
Yes, of course. It's paragraph 36 of your statement.
Yeah, indeed. I highlight in paragraph 36 3 areas of concern. Communications to patients, staff need to be clear and consistent to avoid confusion. This is one aspect of split site working. So the general population had understood through a very extensive advertising campaign, for example, on the backs of Lothian buses, on the move. So there would be many hundreds of patients that would be streaming through that hospital. Some of them with planned attendances, others with emergency attendances over the immediate days. So the communication to say some of that is going to move and some of it is not, how does the general public understand that? So that was what lay behind my concern on communications to patients and staff needing to be absolutely clear and consistent to avoid confusion. And secondly, the concept of split site working might prove problematic operationally given the scale. I happen to recall, I'm not quite sure where I can reference it, a piece of information about the combined anaesthetic rotas which would operate, and where those anaesthetic rotas might be at risk in terms of being able to cover the entirety of services if operating on 2 different sites.
Yeah, okay.
As an example. And the third one was the thought that I've already evinced on whether or not the critical care ventilation issue was the only one that was in existence at the time.
Yeah, okay.
And without that assurance from HFS, HPS and others, including all of what you've referenced in that note from Tim Davidson to myself and Malcolm. That was the thought process at that time.
Okay. And as we saw from Mr. Davison's email, he was signed up to the need to develop a communications plan.
Yes.
And also to the need for risk assessing and planning the phasing of the moves. So not much difference really between you and Mr. Davison in terms of the issues that had to be kept in mind.
No, and if I reference you back to a minute and part of the minute of the meeting at 2 o'clock, I think I had said something in there that no communications were to be issued without CAPSEC approval.
Yes. Okay. And then the next day, so this is the 4th of July, Malcolm Wright sent a letter to Mr. Davison, and that letter is at Bundle 7, Volume 1, page 79. I think this is the letter you might have referred to a moment or two ago.
Yeah, it's indeed, Tim.
And what you say in your statement about this is that this letter was issued following a meeting that the Cabinet Secretary had had with her ministerial advisors, and it reflects the Cabinet Secretary's decisions at that meeting about how to proceed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as we will see, the letter set out various actions for the Health Board to undertake. And if we just read from the opening of the letter, it says, "Dear Tim, you advised me on the ventilation issues in the new Edinburgh Children's Hospital on the RIE site on Tuesday afternoon of this week. I can confirm that following the further information that has emerged over the course of yesterday and last night, that the Cabinet Secretary has taken the decision to halt the planned move of the Edinburgh Children's Hospital and the Department of Clinical Neurosciences for the time being." So just pause there. Does that reflect a decision by the Cabinet Secretary that decisions about the hospital move should be made by her?
Yes, I mean, it's quite clear in this letter that the Director General is following the line from the Cabinet Secretary about decision making.
The evidence of Mr. Davison, NHS Lothian's chief executive at the time, was that this decision was announced publicly before NHS Lothian were told about it. And as far as you know, was that the case?
I can't say what other communication Mr. Davison might have had, either from the Cabinet Secretary direct to the Chair or from the Director General in any conversation with Mr. Davidson, but I can recall on the evening of the 3rd of July having a conversation with Mr. Davidson, which I think is referenced by means of a phone call from me to him around about 8:30 at night, which is in my statement, I think, where we agreed that the communications plan as currently constructed by NHS Lothian would be halted.
Yes, but my question is around this issue of whether Mr. Davison is right that the Cabinet Secretary's decision to halt the move had been publicly revealed before NHS Lothian themselves had been told about it.
I can't, as I said earlier, I can't say what other communication stream came to Tim Davidson about that fact. So I'm sure you can ask others, and all I can do is repeat that on the preceding evening, Tim and I had a conversation about not proceeding with the planned move and with the communications plan that was then extant, which intimated that NHS Lothian's DCN part would move as planned. Okay? That was a conversation that took place the night before, and it's evidenced, I think, in a note that Tim has sent to his exec team at around about 9:30 that previous night. So I think Tim might well have had some knowledge about the pause that we wanted to have on that move the night before this.
But was the decision to have the pause not taken at the meeting on the 4th of July by the Cabinet Secretary with her advisors?
Yeah, I think the meeting on the meeting on the 4th of July formalised that. Okay, but given that the meeting wasn't happening until the 4th of July later in the day, it would have compromised the Cabinet Secretary's position to have briefing commencing at 9 o'clock on the 4th of July prior to that meeting taking place. So this was a precaution to make sure that the Cabinet Secretary would be comfortable with that, and that's why that meeting took place with advisors and why that note was issued on the 4th of July, I think, in the afternoon.
Just so I can be clear about it, Professor Conahan, are you saying that Tim Davison was told the night before that the move wasn't to happen?
I think Tim Davison was advised by me that no communications should issue on any planned move until the Cabinet Secretary considered that the next day.
That's not really what I asked you. It's the question of when Tim Davison was told that the move was not to go ahead on the orders of the Cabinet Secretary.
Well, that
was it the evening of the 3rd of July, or was it by this letter on the 4th of July?
So formally on the 4th of July, yes. Okay? Formally on the 4th of July, yes. But the conversation that I've just relayed asked him to pause that communications until such time as we had formalised the position at the meeting and issued this note of the 4th of July. So the 4th of July note that we see in front of us is the one which formally advised NHS Lothian that move should be paused.
Yes, and what Mr Davison says is that news, the Cabinet Secretary's decision to halt the move, was revealed to the public before it was revealed to NHS Lothian.
Well, I can't comment on that. I'm not quite sure when it was revealed in public. Communications colleagues will be able to advise on that.
And if that was the case, what would your views be about the appropriateness of it?
Depends on, I suppose, what communications come in to Scottish Government. Ministers, given that I've previously stated, are accountable to Parliament for the operation and delivery of health services. If they're faced with a question on this coming in from the press about is the thing, is the facility moving or not, we'd probably want to answer that to the best of their ability.
Okay, but in the context of a meeting behind closed doors, presumably, where a decision is taken that the hospital is not to open, it would seem quite a straightforward step to pick up the phone to Mr Davison and tell him first.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And do you accept that if it's revealed to the public before it's revealed to the Health Board, that has at least the potential to be disruptive and demotivating to those working at the Health Board?
I cannot fully agree with that. I've already explained that if ministers are asked a question, either through Parliament or indeed through the press, then I think they probably have to answer that to the best of their ability at the time. I would understand that it would be normal if that happened to communicate this immediately to the Health Board. I'm not quite sure, and I can't answer what communication took place between Scottish Government and NHS Lothian on the morning of the 4th of July.
Okay. To what extent was the Cabinet Secretary's decision about how to proceed different from the plans that Mr Davison had outlined the day before?
I think we need to look at the second page of this note of the 4th of July. Okay. The critical thing that's different in this note, I think, is the top of page 80, which is, we need as a matter of urgency, a revised migration plan for clinical neurosciences. I'm sure that in this note there is a requirement, it is indeed, a requirement that you involve both HPS and HFS in the scrutiny of that migration plan, and their assurance to us that there are no technical or safety issues that remain outstanding. I shall also require a clinical safety assessment of the planned resequencing of moves to ensure that at the very least there are no clinical interdependency issues, aka split site working, that now occur where patient care could be in any way suboptimal, etc. So that sentence there places an additional burden of assurance on the Health Board, which is not, I think, absolutely evident in the proposal to accept the move of DCN as planned on the 9th of April.
What Mr Davison had indicated was a recognition of the need to risk assess any phased migration.
I would agree with that.
And he'd already demonstrated through actually doing it, a willingness to consult with HFS and HPS.
I would also agree with that, but we still had to receive the HPS and HFS reports on such matters. So we would not want to proceed without having them available.
If we go back to the start of the letter, at the end of the opening paragraph, Mr. Wright says there that, as I've already advised you, this is taken in the best interests of patient safety and ensure that we provide sufficient time for the resolution of the ventilation issues. Now, the prioritisation of patient safety, that's the same spirit in which Tim Davison was approaching matters. Is that fair?
Absolutely. I think that Tim's value set would put the best interests of patient safety first. So we were in absolute accord with that. There's no differentiation.
And then the first action required of the Health Board is to put in place and maintain a communications plan. And that's something which Mr. Davison had the day before indicated that he was entirely in agreement with.
Yes, agreed. I think the intention here is that Scottish Government Communications Department also needed to be involved, and that the briefing to the Cabinet Secretary would ensure that she was also content with the communications plan.
Okay, and again, just picking up at the end of that first paragraph, Mr. Wright says, there are a number of actions that I now require you to undertake, and those are listed in the bullets. And then if we go to the end of the letter, he says, I require your immediate confirmation and understanding of the terms of this letter and the points raised. Now, one can see that asking for immediate confirmation and understanding reflects the gravity of the situation.
Correct.
And also the need for clear communication. But is it fair to point out that Mr. Davison had himself already raised these issues and thereby demonstrated that he already understood the gravity of the situation?
I think that's absolutely fair. I think Mr. Davidson and the executive team in NHS Lothian took this very seriously and very professionally. I think this letter here, as I've previously explained, goes a little bit further in terms of seeking direct assurances from other bodies, but it essentially reflects, I think, where Tim is, but it needs to be the formal communication from Scottish Government to NHS Lothian for the record.
Yes, and I think it's fair to acknowledge that the letter does set out requirements for assurance on certain things which Mr. Davison himself had not raised.
Yeah, and if you go to the first page of this again, page 79, second paragraph, I also require an assurance that there are no other material specification deficiencies in the new building. That is an addition, I think, to Mr. Davidson's previous communication on that matter.
Yes. But as we've seen, several of the points or the action points that the letter was imposing upon NHS Lothian were points that Mr. Davison himself had already raised.
Indeed. So there was a fair degree of accord between Scottish Government and Lothian Health on this matter.
Now, Ms. Freeman, in her own witness statement, acknowledges that some might describe her approach to this issue as having been too high-handed. Those are the words that she uses. What were your views about it?
I think the Cabinet Secretary's consideration of this was entirely appropriate. If government operated in a vacuum on this without transferring previous knowledge of the Queen Elizabeth issues into the consideration of the issues that could potentially face the new Royal Hospital for Children and Young People, then I think they would be rather remiss in not doing that. So I think Scottish Government colleagues, Cabinet Secretary were entirely appropriate to operate in this sphere.
Is there room for the view that a more collaborative tone might have been preferable?
In what respect, in terms of the drafting of this note?
In terms of the drafting of the note and the failure, if indeed it is the failure, to tell Mr Davison about it before it was publicly announced?
I think you need to understand the level of anxiety that was in the system at this time. We needed to be absolutely precise. There should be no room for equivocation in terms of what Scottish Government were requiring the Health Board to do at that stage. So I think the note was drafted to be as precise as it possibly could. And also, I think what is unusual from a note sent from the Director General to a Chief Executive is to ask, do you understand what lies behind this note? Okay. And that obviously came back from Tim either the same day or the next day.
Yeah.
So it was a requirement to be absolutely precise, I think, is what lies behind the tone of this note.
I mean, I appreciate that this was a period of time where events were moving quickly and people had limited information and so on. But standing back from that, when it comes to government intervention in the work of a health board, is there a risk that the wrong approach serves to undermine morale at the health board and perhaps also public confidence in the health board at precisely the time when the opposite is needed?
I think there's always a risk of that, and we would seek to mitigate that risk by having not just written but personal contact, as you can see with the executive team and Tim over the days that followed. So I think I did say in my statement somewhere, if I can find it, that if I was satisfied with how NHS Lothian handled matters following the discovery of the critical care issue. Personally, I was at the time relatively happy that they had reacted in that week to take matters exceptionally seriously. And in dealing with Tim Davidson and indeed his officers in the early stages of this, I personally found that NHS Lothian were open to answering any questions that I had on various aspects of communication or operational issues. And I also recall that the Cabinet Secretary and Director General visited DCN and I think the existing old sick kids to talk to staff about this and to provide some reassurance.
Yeah, so that was your view of it. But I mean, when one reads that letter against the backdrop of Mr Davison's communications to the government, one might read the letter and conclude that the government had lost faith in NHS Lothian's ability to make the decisions. Was that the attitude that underlay the letter?
No, the attitude that underlay the letter was to seek absolute assurance. It's quite clear in that we have at no point in that letter said anything about our confidence in NHS Lothian pursuing the solutions that they needed to pursue. Later on, I think, I can't remember if it was that week or the week afterwards, it was determined that NHS Lothian would benefit from some further help from government through the escalation process, which is where the Oversight Board came in. But clearly, having personally known the execs in NHS Lothian and been around Scottish Government for some time, we saw NHS Lothian as a very credible management team.
Okay, and you mentioned in your answer there the escalation of NHS Lothian on the NHS Scotland support and intervention framework. And you deal with this in your statement, and the escalation was first of all to level 3 and then at a later stage in relation to the Sick Kids project to level 4. Can you just explain for us what the NHS Scotland support and intervention framework is and what purpose it serves?
Okay, there are a number of stages in the NHS support and escalation framework, 5 stages, as I recall. I think these might be contained in an annex to my statement, Appendix A, I think it is. And these range from stage 1, steady state, through to stage 2, enhanced monitoring and support, and eventually.
Sorry to interrupt you, Professor Conahan. It might help if we can bring the document up on screen. Bundle 13, Volume 3, page 687. I'm not sure if this is the exact same document that you had appended to your statement, but I think it may help you in answering this question.
So, thank you for that.
And so just for the record, I should point out this is a version from November 2023. So I think this is probably the current version, perhaps not the precise version, but for present purposes, it will serve our purpose.
No, it will serve our purposes admirably. And in fact, it's much the same version that we operated in then. So, in broad terms, 5 stages of a ladder of escalation. Stage 1, steady state, boards are delivering in line with agreed plans, normal reporting arrangements in place. If we see a drift from plan, we might move to stage 2, which is enhanced monitoring. We ask for more reports over a shorter time period to make sure that things are on track. I would characterise stage 3, where we have enhanced monitoring support, whereas a much more formal approach incorporating significantly enhanced scrutiny and likely to include a level of external support. That is where we placed NHS Lothian in relation to the performance issues that we're facing on cancer, outpatient waiting times, inpatient waiting times, mental health, etc. That was the level of escalation applied to that aspect. Later on, there was a consideration of what level of support NHS Lothian might require in relation to the building project itself. That was a different form of escalation with the creation of an oversight board, which was chaired by a different director, and that was stage 4, senior external support and monitoring. And that obviously is much more formal. It's where we consider that there are significant risks arising and that we need to support the board in terms of tackling those risks. I should say that one of the considerations, Inquiry might be interested in this, in terms of moving to level 3 for the performance criteria, was a consideration of the wider tasks that now had to be undertaken by the NHS Lothian executive team. They not only had to deal with the normal performance challenges that exist all the time in the NHS, but they also had to deal with the rectification of the issues surrounding the Sick Children's Hospital.
Okay, that was very helpful, and I'll just go back over the different elements to it. First of all, just focusing for the time being, not so much on the project-specific application of it, but just the framework itself. When you were giving your answer, and we can also see it through the note that's up on the screen, a term that often appears there is support. And I think you emphasise in your statement, it's a support mechanism and not a punishment. And I'd just like to ask you about that, because it may sometimes be perceived differently by the public and perhaps by the health boards themselves. What would your... Well, could I ask you just to expand on that point, that it's support rather than punishment?
I can well see why, depending on the circumstances, a health board might think, well, this is punitive, we're doing okay. But in terms of the wider risk assessment against delivery of ministerial objectives, the Scottish Government has to have a mechanism of enhanced scrutiny, but also providing support. I actually drafted the original Scotland Support and Intervention Framework many years ago, and it was always set up with the intention of support to a board. This is evidenced in the stage 3 escalation, where the support we provided to NHS Lothian was the creation of, and I might not have the term exactly right here, but a Director of Improvement. That Director of Improvement was employed and successfully tackled some of the performance issues with the management team, allowing a little bit of space. That's an example of support. It's not an example of punishment.
Okay, so is this framework the standard means for deciding upon the degree and nature and timing of governmental intervention in the work of health boards.
It is. It provides that framework, a rationale for government engagement in this. But as every large, complex system operates, you'll know that there are many other either short-term interventions that government might do with boards, but without going to any formality in terms of escalation. These things happen on a 24/7 basis as the NHS operates. So this is the formal aspects of support and intervention.
Okay. I think you say in your statement that the framework applies only to the territorial health boards. Why is that?
There are different sponsorship arrangements with what we call special boards. These are boards with an individual particular task. We would tailor support if a special board had issues specifically for that set of circumstances. If, for example, a special board had a big IT issue, then we would tailor support in that fashion. I would say that we would probably lift some of that structure in applying to special health boards.
Okay. And how are decisions made about escalation?
We would observe against the standards that we wanted to achieve, the relative degree of risk in that board achieving those. We would observe this through the data that we would gather on a weekly, monthly and quarterly basis. We would previously have agreed with a health board an annual delivery plan. We've used various terms for that over the years: local delivery plan, annual delivery plan. It really means the same thing. What is the business plan for the year ahead? We would agree the parameters for delivery, the milestones that needed to be achieved, and we would regularly observe that through the data that was coming back from boards as to whether or not we were on or off track. The decision, sorry, and the last thing is, to answer your question fully, the decision making around that would be, especially if we're moving into levels 3, 4 in the escalation framework, relayed to our Health and Social Care Management Board with associated data and with a recommendation on how we should proceed.
Okay, so is it the Health and Social Care Management Board that's the decision-making organ in relation to escalation?
Correct, for levels 3 and 4, which are the more formal aspects. For level 5, it's the Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, one other thing. In going to level 3 or 4, the Cabinet Secretary would be appraised, and we want to make sure that he or she was comfortable with that direction of travel.
Yes, right. I think you say in your statement that at the time of NHS Lothian's escalations in relation to this project, you were the principal advisor to the Health and Social Care Management Board on the level of escalation required. Is that correct?
For the performance elements of that for level 3.
Okay.
Not for the building projects, which would be out with my sphere of expertise.
Okay. If we can have a look at the report you prepared in this regard, that's at Bundle 13, Volume 3, page 683.
Yes.
So you recognise this? We see your name down at the bottom.
I'm not exactly the author, but I'm the director that signed off that report.
Okay. We see it's dated the 9th of July 2019, and in the box reading background and key issues, it says recent identification of issues around the new Royal Hospital for Children and Young People are considered in the context of wider performance and other issues related to NHS Lothian. And so we see there's a context. This is not just about the Royal Hospital for Children and Young People.
Correct, and that's commensurate with my previous statement that where we take a look at the wider risk landscape, a concern that NHS Lothian executive team would be consumed with the fix, so to speak, of the Children's Hospital, as well as dealing with a very demanding agenda as the second largest board in Scotland.
Okay, and if we move over the page, we see a little bit more detail around that.
Yes.
So the box headed up, what are the current challenges? Then in the first paragraph, just picking up about halfway through, it's explained that there were or rather that an issue related to paediatric critical care ventilation had been raised. And then the following paragraph, just picking up 3 lines from the end, it says, it's expected that it will take at least 6 months for the problem to be resolved, but further work is required to test and validate the proposed solution and estimated timeline. So that's talking about the critical care ventilation issue, as I understand.
Yes, I think it does, and it might well be that 6 months incorporates the 3 or 4 months that it would take for each PS to do whatever work was agreed between them and the Scottish Government. I don't know much about that side in terms of technicalities, but that would be roughly our understanding at that point in time of timescale.
Okay, well, and that might be answered a bit by the following paragraph, which reads that in the meantime, the Cabinet Secretary has asked that an external series of checks is undertaken, led by Health Facilities Scotland and Health Protection Scotland, to ensure that all the relevant technical specifications and standards applicable to the new Edinburgh's hospital are being followed and implemented. So do we see there that this is it's not just about the critical care ventilation, but there's a wider programme of work envisaged by the Cabinet Secretary in relation to the broader compliance of the hospital with standards?
Yes, indeed. And this isn't quite the document to go into the detail of that, as you'll understand, which is why it's, for those who drafted it, it's simply a reference to that.
Yeah. I mean, just in very short terms, was this proposal identifying or recognising that the Cabinet Secretary's intervention was going to mean more work for the Health Board?
Oh, absolutely. Indeed, if you can consider that you've already seen extensive involvement of the board, and the executive team in resolving the issue. Quite clearly, we had a concern that the other issues we're pursuing around performance, cancer, and waiting times, and mental health. We wanted to ensure that Lothian were supported in as much as we possibly could.
Okay. And I appreciate that there are other issues going on in the background, but was it that additional programme of work which was the key consideration behind the escalation to level 3 at that point in time?
No, not necessarily. I was concerned, and I'm wearing my Scottish Government. You understand I wear 2 hats now.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I need to be careful which hat I'm wearing. But I'm wearing the hat of Scottish Government. I was concerned, for example, about cancer rates. March 2018, the cancer performance for Lothian was 87.2% for the 62-day standard. It had drifted somewhat down to 81% by December 2018, and my observation was in March 2019, it was further down to 79.4% within standard. So that was a direction of travel that Scottish Government would not want to have. Similarly, increases in the numbers waiting for inpatient and outpatient treatment over 12 weeks, but some notable successes in other factors as well. So credit where credit is due. But all of that, and with a wish that NHS Lothian exec team tackled this as well as the issues of the sick kids, that was a contributory factor, the major factor, the escalation.
Yeah. Okay. And then we can see the letter sent by Mr. Wright following the decision to escalate NHS Lothian to level 3. And that's Bundle 7, Volume 1, page 339. And we don't need to read this letter, but we can see an explanation from Mr. Wright, which is along the lines of the one that you've just given. And if we go over the page to page 340, he says, before we meet next week, I would ask you and your senior team to give consideration to the nature of improvement support that you would require to take this forward. So Mr. Wright's inviting Mr. Davison to come up with suggestions for the appropriate form of support.
Yes, indeed. So I would have engaged with NHS Lothian on answering that question. And I do recall, though it's not in any of the material that we have here, I do recall having several meetings with NHS Lothian over the weeks and months to come on that level of support, which, as we engaged with Lothian in resolving some of the performance issues, the nature of that support would have changed. I've already referenced, for example, the creation of a Director of Improvement team, but we would have sought some help from, for example, the Golden Jubilee to take some of the longest waiting patients to resolve their cases as quickly as possible, as an example of the kind of support.
Okay, and is it the normal approach to these things that the government will invite ideas from the health board about the form of support that's appropriate?
Yes, indeed. Certainly at this level of escalation. And the level of confidence that we had in NHS Lothian as previously a very high-performing team is reflected in that paragraph there. It's also in terms of our general value that it's best to have complete ownership of the solution. Okay? Government can support various thinkings around what that solution should be, but it's much better in terms of delivery if the solution is owned by the local health board.
Thank you. My Lord, I note that it's just gone past 1 o'clock. I still have a series of questions for Professor Conahan, and that may be a convenient time to stop for lunch.
Yeah. Professor Conahan, we usually take an hour for lunch. Can I ask you to be back for 2 o'clock?
Certainly, a lot.
Yep.
Thank you.
Please stand.